technical difficulties where I was like, oh, you don't got to worry about nothing.
Another 19-year-old.
Yeah, the young'uns are pretty special.
We just had Robin O'Neill walking by before. I don't know if this was the other fight she let us know about, but it might have been, but I don't know that for certain.
I don't remember that. Like,
she gave us two. I only remember the Josh O'Brien one.
Yeah, there's another one. I was unsure of that too.
Yeah, I don't remember what that second one was. First round just about to start here.
All right, who you liking?
I am liking Dennis. I do. We were talking about tattoos earlier. There's some intimidating tattoos, which I always like.
Oh, ninja choke. He's to be very careful here. That was very unfortunate.
That's how quickly people can jump on that, you know.
He's done the right thing, though. He's rolled. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, they're in like a weird standing north-south. Like, all now they're down, but they were like both standing up. That must have been killer on the back.
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. If you've joined a completely separate stream.
Yeah, new stream just dropped.
Literally a whole new stream. And everyone's followed us over, so I'm very happy about that. Eternal MMA 91.
Prelims.
Yeah, prelims. We've got round 1, 155, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50. And look, it's going to be good tonight. Like, Eternal prelims. I mean, how many we've got left? It's more
This is the
stacked
second
card.
last.
Is it?
This is the second last prelim.
And then we go into the UFC
Fight Pass.
Oh, he's stepping over into a triangle situation, but it's not going to happen for him. He's in almost like a banana split.
I was going to say banana split.
What is it? Saluve stretch?
Is that when it's going up?
Yeah. Banana splits sideways.
Yes, banana split sideways. And then is electric chair just another name for that, or is electric chair something else?
Electric chair is actually like, oh no, it's like when you've got the knee on your shoulder and then you roll up. It's like different. It's slightly different. They're all weird though.
Yes.
10th planet-y weird jiu-jitsu.
It's a weird thing, you know, like leg locks, they just don't work. You know?
Yeah.
They just don't. That's the weird thing, you know.
This matchup starting off relatively slow as opposed to that. Aside from that little like ninja choke there that happened there, it's not been. Oh, he heard me. Oh, spinning stuff. Oh.
Teep to the body there from Dennis.
Was that a spinning calf kick?
Spinning back calf kick.
Oh, he's very fluid on the feet. Interesting, Jolly.
Yes.
Is that Combat Lab?
You know, I thought the grappling on the ground was interesting. Anytime you can lock up something like a ninja choke, you know, because it's a weird move, you know, like not a lot of people.
That move, we talked about a guy in Aiden Todorov, this like really good up and coming amateur. He's a guy like that. I would get that choke fully locked in.
Yeah, and he just wouldn't care.
So either I'm horrendous, which is a strong possibility, or there's just some guys that just swear who you like can't choke.
Yeah.
Also shout out Combat Lab. I believe Dan Maudsley, former MC for Eternal, now manager out of Chosen Advisory with a lot of UFC fighters. Black belt out of there. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Combat Lab's a Queensland gym, right?
Yes.
Is he living in Queensland?
No, he is in the Vegas.
Yeah, I was gonna say a job like that, I'd have to assume you have to live over in the Viva La.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting life being an MMA manager.
Tell me about it. It must be barbaric.
Just like it's hard enough, like not pissing people off in general, let alone imagine you're doing like.
No, I will not take that money. Pay us more money.
Yeah, like that's gonna be like, or like leaving like promotions for other promotions.
Yeah,
it'd be like a whole thing.
Well, that's how I wonder. If you represent multiple athletes, and what if like one of them has a bad relationship with the promotion, but the other athlete doesn't?
Yeah, I have often thought that as well. Like, what do you do? Oh, he's got the Kimura grip there.
Like,
use him to sweep. Will he get his back into the armbar?
If I'm not mistaken, Muhammad Makayev is represented by the Chosen Advisory, if I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah, I think
and like imagine you're like, okay, let's have a meeting about Izzy, a fighter that the UFC like. And then you're like,
oh, he's straight into the guillotine.
So do we need to talk about Muhammad?
No, it must be quite weird.
Yeah.
But I guess it's like keeping that separate. I mean, I do that with like teams. Like I have some teams where like one fighter likes me, another fighter hates me. So
yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes. Oh, look at his neck. Oh, he's straight back into it. That's not good. Oh, he's gonna be very careful here. It looks kind of tight.
Looks very tight. We were looking at the strain on that neck earlier. Yeah, he gets a tap.
Got him. That was very
Barad
nice.
gets a tap in the second round. Beautiful. Barad out of, I believe, Team Compton.
Oh, is he?
I believe I saw Tommy Nolan in there just then.
They're very good. Yeah, two very tough teams. Who's the kid that lost?
Dennis, out of Combat Lab.
He's very talented.
Yeah.
Like, even just the way he was moving.
Yeah.
Oof. He kept going to that every single time. It looked like he had the better jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. I was impressed by the grappling.
Yeah, interesting. Then he just keeps going back to this one.
Yeah.
So it's like. It's very nice. I like seeing that. I like when a guy battles back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that can do well. I was talking about this with Alistair Volders last night after his win. It's like, I think having a good war probably does better for your career as a fighter than like going out there and being like, all right, cool, you know, like necessarily starching people.
But it's probably not better for your health.
Correct. Not better for your health and not better for your marketability.
Yeah.
But for your actual skill development, probably good.
It's true. would you rather be the most skilled or the
Most famous and rich and well-known and with the most stuff.
Look at him. He's very emotional. Love
Yes.
that. But good job. His actual nickname, or did Bones just give him the dictator?
I was just thinking that. I think the official nickname.
Oh, I love that.
At his first Eternal show when he was 14.
That's crazy. What fight? Do you know what fight's coming up next?
Yes, the next fight is Martin versus Hidea. I'm going to say that's how it's pronounced.
Is that final prelim?
Yes, that is the featured prelim bout. Oof. Let me get their full name. Cooper Martin versus Marcus Haidar. There's an AR, not a. There's no I after the D, so I'm assuming it's a Dar. That's a flyweight bout.
I really don't know much about these amateurs at all in Queensland. It's probably been like a real eye-opening process. Is understanding that like how little, like I know a few of them, but like how little I actually know.
Oh yeah, well there's so many, you know. It's hard to keep track of all the pro guys, you know.
Yeah, but like I feel like the pros all all merge into each other, and you learn who's who.
Yeah.
And the amateurs is real tricky, eh?
Yeah. I find that.
But I guess you're just around it. Like if you watch the year of Australian MMA content, like every show, I reckon you'd be up to date with like who's who.
Oh, absolutely.
Like there'd be a few guys like, you know, like Blake Donnelly popped up, and you'd be like, God, who's that? Because you haven't seen it for a year type thing. But other than that, look how quick the rise is for some of these like fighters that go. Like, look how quickly like Harry Webb got to be like the man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of that. It's like, well, at what point? Like that's how quick the sport moves, and like leave you behind and stuff.
Yeah. But then, for every Harry Webb, there are also times where there are gentlemen who, because all the hype may be on like a Harry Webb, they seem to get a little bit lost in the shuffle. You know what I mean? Yeah. You and I were talking about that last night. You know, where there are people who might come up to us in different instances and be like, didn't talk to me.
Yeah.
Like, we can't do, like I can't talk to everyone. I'm a one-man show. You know, like
I'd love to though.
It's one. Yeah, I know, right?
But even that, it's just tricky in itself.
We were talking about it earlier. We were talking about Era Hawani, you know.
Yeah.
And for all the faults and such and things there are not to like, the fact that he gets to talk about fighting and to fighters like 3 hours a day, 3 hours plus a day, every day of the week. It's like, well, he can kind of hit everyone, you know.
I don't like his show.
Yeah, how come?
Why would I want to listen to a 4-hour stream? No, but like seriously, like this is like, hey, just like if you're watching this whole thing, I love you, but that's weird. Like, yeah, like cool if it's on the background, but like I'll take all these interviews and then repurpose them, sort of thing, and chuck them all out individually, like I have on the YouTube page. But I can't imagine doing a 4-hour show.
Yeah.
Like, do you listen to the whole MMA hour or whatever it's called?
No, not typically. I'll only listen to episodes if there's a guest I'm interested in, and I'll probably just go to that guest.
Yeah, so me.
But I'll skip full episodes.
Yeah, you skim through it too as well. Like.
Yeah. Sometimes it's some of the stuff, like when the show after a big event where they can kind of talk about the event, that can be interesting.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times, like I'll be looking and I'm like, I don't know who like any of these people are. Marcus Play.
Yeah.
Move on.
Do you have Marcus Play?
Yeah, I don't want it in my feed. What do you do?
I just ignore it until it goes away.
It doesn't go away.
So you like, is this on like Spotify?
Yeah. Tick, and then it goes away, and then I never have to see it again.
I didn't even notice you do that. I just ignore it. I was like, just like kind of screwed around it.
No, there's like because I got stuff from like years ago still that are like, you need to listen to this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why is the next guy taking so long?
I don't know.
Did a fight get cancelled and we didn't find out?
That'd be great. Want me to go have a sniff?
Yeah, go find out.
Yeah,
Let's see if there's a fighter like coming.
Yeah. I'll go have a look.
Might get some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Joel from Southern Cross Combat is just going to go check and see if there actually is another fight.
Doing the investigative part, putting the investigating into investigative journalist. No.
What fights were cancelled?
Martin versus Hadir. I'll go find out.
What happened there? How did we not find out? We're really bad at media. That's very interesting. All right, guys, well, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, thank you for joining the new stream. I do apologise for difficulties. We'll touch base in the main card.
Based off my sources, I've been told that there is a 15-minute wait and then the main prelim and then the main card will start. So apparently it's still going.
Why?
I am not sure.
Okay, you heard it here first. What? I'm very confused. Well, I reckon because, just if you're still listening, I reckon because there's normally a hard start time of 8 p.m. for the UFC Fight Pass card, so maybe they're trying to drag it out a little bit, which would make sense production-wise, but we'll find out. Either way, we'll come back, and then when we pop back up, that's when the fight's coming.
We can have a chat.
So, I lied, we're back.
Did you tell them we're going to break?
Yeah, I was like, we're going to break. First of all,
yes.
what is going on? Is there a break? We're hearing there's a break before the last prelim.
Yeah, we're going to take, I think, 12 minutes. We're breezing through.
Is that why? Because we've got the hard start time of 8 o'clock or whatever for UFC Fight Pass?
I think so, and I think with your background in production, we've got to start on time for Fight Pass, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and much to my pleasure, I get to catch up with you. Why do I look so massive on this camera? I mean, I'm 115 kilos of raw strength. 115. I won't say whether that's muscle or fat, but I'm going to do my jacket up.
Oh, it's all the same, you know. You'll put it together.
Now, have many people asked you any questions, or are you doing most of the talking?
No, people talk to me. You know what it's like talking to me. It's not really an interview. It's just like a lot of people are like, so what's the deal with this? What do you do? So why did you get banned? You know, just the classics.
And people have asked you why you've got banned?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and I tell them.
What do you tell them?
I tell them that sometimes with the people you love, you don't see eye to eye. And it's important to take breaks because then you can go and explore other options and then realise that you do belong together and you do love each other.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Well, I'm happy to see you back.
Yeah, no, it's good. I do love the Eternal event. But no, interesting. So 10-minute break before the next fight.
Yeah.
But then it will be another probably 40-minute break.
Probably. I think, what's the time now? Roughly just after 7. So, yeah, we're going to start on time at 8 o'clock. And you'd know this when you were commentating. Breaks are very, very difficult to come by, especially when you stack a card like we've done tonight.
Yeah.
But we are very privileged to not just start early, but to have a break as well. So
What do you do in your breaks? So people who don't know, commentator for Eternal MMA, long time.
Yes.
And sneaky dealer of cards, not drugs. But when it comes to Eternal MMA commentating, I mean, what do you do in your breaks? Do you hang out?
We can hang out. I will probably go and call my daughter, see how she's doing. Yes, she's with her grandparents tonight, the best grandparents on the planet, and she's also with her mum as well. The best mother I could ever ask for my daughter as well. So very grateful to my family allowing me to not just come to work but to talk to you while they look after my the most important person in my life.
Well, it's 7 o'clock, so
I hope she's in bed.
Yeah, is it not bedtime?
I doubt she's in bed, but I hope she's in bed because it's school holidays coming up, and with Christmas she'll be waiting up for Santa every single night. So gorgeous, if you're watching, go to bed. Otherwise, you're probably not going to listen to me. If you're with mum, I reckon they're probably watching a Christmas movie.
I was going to say, if she's watching, I apologise profusely. But, mate, I think people would want to know you've been the voice of Eternal for a long time.
Yes.
Probably the longest. You would have to say you're probably the voice of Eternal now. You've probably outranked anyone that was ever on previously.
Surely not.
Nah, I reckon you are. I reckon you're the guy.
Just a little bit.
You would have beaten Dave Ella, all those guys. All of them.
MC Dave Ella, that's a name we haven't heard in a while.
The great Mitch Tinley. You would have beat Dan. Dan Maudsley still tries to keep his pension check going by doing the little intros to the main events.
Yes, he does.
I don't know why he does that.
Well, look, I mean,
he's got a beautiful voice, but other than that,
he does. I mean, he's travelling the world with Tim Simpson and Israel Adesanya, Leon Edwards. If you follow Dan Maudsley, he's living a great life, but he's got one foot stuck in the cage here at Eternal.
He does. Did you know that they're partners?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought Dan hates this. I thought Dan worked for Tim.
Really?
Yeah. Dan was like, I hate you.
Really?
I just think because it was like Tim, because Tim came from
Yes.
Paradigm or whatever, and we were like,
Correct.
He was, and then Dan sort of started, so I was like, you can't just start equal. What are you doing, Dan? But apparently you can. So yeah.
Well, they're doing great work at Chosen Advisory, and even though I don't think they've got a belt, do they? Not yet. No. But look, I mean, obviously,
way to stick the boot in.
Look, I know they are going to be tuning in to this live stream. But look, they're doing great work out there with Chosen Advisory, and especially with the guys from our neck of the woods here in Australia and New Zealand. So good to see us on the big stage.
It's amazing, and the fact that it's like, Tim Simpson doesn't get enough credit, and I guess now Dan Maudsley doesn't get enough credit for like what they do on the back end for Australian MMA. Everyone gets credit for like the fighters, the coaches, the gyms, even the media gets more credit than what they have done. Like both of them have. That's a huge move. I've heard a rumor too. Isn't like Mick Maynard Australian or something like that, or Sean Shelby? One of them, I swear, is Australian.
Well, you'd think so with the amount of love they give us. Yeah, possibly.
Well, mate, is in terms of mixed martial arts, first off, how did you get into it, and where are you going to from here?
I started getting into mixed martial arts when I had a few amateur boxing matches in 2010. I was training at Prophecy Fight Centre, and a lot of the guys were competing in MMA. I was doing wrestling and boxing in the off-season, had a couple of amateur boxing matches, and quickly decided that I do not want to fight for a living. Fast forward to 2017, 7 years later, I spent some time over in West Africa on a church mission, and I came back and took up boxing again, and my coach actually ran amateur tournaments at our local PCYC. I said to him, look, I'd like to get on the mic and give it a crack. And 7 years later, the rest is history. So I'm very grateful for the opportunities given to me over the years.
What more I can take from that is, are you super religious?
I am a religious man.
Sorry. Hold that point. So, super religious, went on missions.
Yes.
Also, deal poker.
Yes, and that's why I hesitated there for more than 5 seconds.
Were you there when he flipped the table?
I was not in the
like,
temple
Jesus,
that day.
I'm working here.
I continue to work in the great and spacious building we call it in the church.
How is that?
No, I have a belief in God. I am a Christian.
How is that viewed? Like, because it's high class. If it is gambling, like you have to admit, it's high. Like
yes.
Poker on TV, that's the height of it.
Yeah,
Where it feels fun and like a sport.
I'll tell my bishop that and see what he thinks. And I make mention my dad was the bishop for 8 years.
Really?
Look, that was a conflict that I had, and obviously I am still a practicing Christian. I belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm not going to spill things on here, but I'm a firm believer in Jesus Christ, regardless of what my actions may say.
Wow. Are you just testing it?
That's all right. We need to be tested from time to time.
Oh, I love it. Oh, your boss there, Cam O'Neill's having a lot of fun.
Oh, he is. There's Cam. There's Lily, there's Dave Rowney, there's some big names in the house that I know. They're looking at me as if I'm not meant to be here, Mitchell.
Yeah,
Would there be any reason as to why?
I think they would assume that you would be in your penthouse, which you normally go to in the breaks.
I wish that was the case. I'd invite you up for a non-alcoholic Mormon beer.
Do you get to stay like in penthouses at the Star when you're working there? Do you just walk in there and you're like, I'll take the top room, thanks?
Look, definitely not. Funny story, I used to work in concierge at the Hilton.
Ooh.
And anytime we would do what would be called a room show in concierge, one of the highlights in the day and life of a casual porter, as we say at the Hilton Surfers Paradise. And what I would do is I would go up to the penthouse, not during my break, but during shift, and I'd put on my Instagram story the views of the beach, and you'd see the Q1, hashtag this is Livin' Barry. You know what I mean?
So like everyone thought you were a baller.
Everyone thought I was balling. In fact, I was carrying the bags.
Yeah, so then you took and you replaced the bin liners.
Yes. But look, I learned, you know what, speaking of concierge, I learned a lot to do with communication, conflict resolution. I was training boxing at the time, so I had no problem in de-escalating situations between guests, and I've transitioned those skills to the booth as well.
So are you allowed to post security footage on your Instagram, or is that just a treat that I get to experience?
I'm going to tell you what. I am going to post more footage, we call it only hands footage, from the security vault at the Hilton Surfers Paradise. Stay tuned. If you follow me on Insta, there's going to be more footage of the security archives coming your way.
Oh, mate. Do you need to get out of here? Because I don't want to take up too much of your break.
I will take my leave, but thank you so much for all you do for Australian MMA here in the land down under.
Thanks, mate.
Regardless of what people say, I appreciate you and love you.
Enough credit.
No, you need it. Yeah, clearly you need it. Love you, brother.
Oh, you're the best, mate. Best of luck.
See you guys.
Oh, wait, finally, before you go, John Martin Fraser, Darcy Vendy, give me a pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Look, if this fight was taking place in the gym, I would probably say Darcy. But, I mean, he said it himself. He said if any fight took place in the gym, he could beat Kamaru Usman. But, look, John is proven. I mean, you don't win the belt twice and come in to tonight with any self-doubt. So
that's a very good pick. I like that pick. And it sounds almost Fence City, but it's not. I actually agree with you. That's a very good pick. Darcy Vendy, for the longest time, has been deemed the biggest prospect.
Yes, yes.
You got to get out of here,
kicking me out?
You got to go.
You're kicking me out?
You got to go.
You're kicking me out?
You got a bigger job.
I'm getting kicked out. All right.
Peter Hickmott's ready. Everyone's ready. Get out of there. See you later, sir. Yes, I'm ready for it. Yeah, of course. We can chat. The legendary Peter Hickmott, one of the best referees in Australia. Look, 2 minutes before the next fight is about to kick off. Hopefully you enjoyed that. That was Eternal MMA lead commentator Tanera Nathan. He's been around for many years. And yeah, just a great guy. Like I said, you heard a little backstory from him. So if you would like, go follow Tanera Nathan on. But look, we're about to get this final prelim underway. And then the main card is going to kick off at 8 p.m. So that's actually in 50 minutes time, depending on where you are. So one more prelim bout, and then on the other side, it's probably going to start at about 8 o'clock. So guys, keep listening. Like I said, about 90 seconds when we kick off. Oh, the big man. Oh, he's popped in. Oh, Cam O'Neill sat down. No one ever thought it would happen. Is your mic there?
How are we, Mitchell?
Break the internet. What's going on, mate?
Oh, I've got sore fucking back, mate, and I can't make it back to the stage. So I thought, look, next best thing, I'll sit next to you and shoot some shit with you.
Is it from carrying the company? And the sport.
It's from carrying the wages.
Now, mate, we're going to actually have a chat, aren't we, tomorrow?
We are.
We're going to have a full in-depth interview.
I heard you're taking me for a meal at the casino.
Yes, I will actually. And look, it's going to be really good. This is a good little teaser for it. I like it. Mate, before the show gets underway, fight you're looking forward to the most, Eternal MMA 91, and just what was your highlight from last night?
The whole event last night was a highlight. If I was to pick one, it would probably be the Ethan Mitchell, Alistair Walder's fight.
Yeah, it was a good match.
Such a good fight, man. Both
really
the kids. Ethan Mitchell's probably the best 0-2 pro in Australia since Jack Della. And Alistair Walters is just, man, he's on a roll. He's looking good. You know, he's fought a lot of times on Eternal as an amateur. Started off in East Brisbane with Marcus Collins at Sassam. I've known him since he was young and obviously fighting in amateurs. He moved down to Melbourne a couple of years ago and you can see how his game's evolving with Absolute MMA. I think being in that room and being training partner with Jack Jenkins is really paying dividends for him. His jacket was in a bit of a shaky peg in that first round as Ethan's, what would I even say? It's more like a ADHD Dominic Cruz style striking. It's fabulous to watch, but I don't know how his energy system carries that amount of movement.
Well, how do you look after? I mean, I know it's your job to look after him, but like at 0-2, he deserves like I don't know, like a cab driver to get that record up. Like it's like he'll fight anyone. And
Mitch, you're at Eternal. These other shows you talk about get cab drivers.
But it's like, what do you do?
Did you see a couple of them a couple of weeks ago? You very nearly said something about it, but I reckon you didn't want your house to burn down.
Damn, save it for the interview that we can edit.
With the one my lawyer's reviewing.
But what do you do with a guy like Ethan Mitchell 0-2? I mean, you clearly can only give him tough guys. He could be the toughest 0-3 fighter out there. No one's going to want to fight him at 0-2.
Exactly. You know, it's one of the fights that, you know, somebody taking a fight against him, you can't win. You know what I mean? No. You can win the fight, but, you know, you're never going to win in anybody's opinion. You know what I mean? Oh, you fought somebody, a guy was 0-2. Yeah. You know, let's say he's probably the best.
I guess that's my job. You know, like
you're going to fight Ethan.
No,
you heard it here first. Breaking news.
Mate, the cab driver would beat me.
I thought you were the cab driver.
I would do it. But no, it's like you got to talk him up. Like that's the thing. It's like we were saying last night. Best 0-2 guy since Jack Della. But have you ever heard of the best 0-3 guy? The next fight probably has to be
0-3. Is that his first name's Owen?
0-3. But have you ever come across a guy that is 0-3 and then turned into having an amazing career?
No, but I came across a lot of great fighters that are 0-3, 0-4. I don't know if you remember. Let's keep it at Team Compton. Matt Seddon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. How good is Matt Seddon? Look at his fight against Rocky on Eternal. It could have went any direction. And look how well accomplished Rocky's become in the boxing world as well as the kickboxing world. Matt Seddon obviously had a very, very storied Thai career as well, over 40 fights, extremely successful. And sometimes, you know, it doesn't matter what you do in the cage, it just isn't your night.
Yeah, it's and as a promoter, is that your responsibility? You know, do you try and, you know, will you give Ethan, here's Tyson Malone?
I don't give layups, you know that.
But I know, but it's like, but do you kind of take it into consideration at all? Do you have to sell him more to guys now? Go, he's 0-2, but like he's really good, but I still think it's a valuable
100%.
fight.
We always give all information. You know, we don't. You know, we give as much information as we can. You know, we delve into obviously their complete background. You know, when they started training, what age they started training at, what their walking weight is, what their record is in other disciplines. You know, judo, jiu-jitsu, ranks, etc., stuff like that. The good thing with Ethan Mitchell is though that the kid's been doing this a long time. You know, he's been doing this a long time. Across multiple disciplines, you know, he's been on a lot of the Hammer fight nights, fighting boxing, fighting kickboxing. He's obviously been doing jiu-jitsu a hell of a long time as well. Ethan will come back, you know. As I say, we don't give layups, but you know, he's going to get a fight that is someone very similar to him in terms of ability. Regardless of record, it's somebody that's going to be very similar to him in terms of ability, so the fight's as close to 50-50 as we can get it. It's the only way that we can get people to incrementally improve from fight to fight, win or lose. If you're up against somebody that's as close to your skill set or ability level as possible, these are pushing each other throughout that full fight. So at the end of the day, both fighters should come out of that fight incrementally better than they went into it.
Is it hard when the guys are 0-1 and then you've got Volders who was 3-0? Or is it just because everyone is aware of Volders, everyone is aware of Mitchell, that fight was easy to make?
We maybe gave Ethan Mitchell a couple of options, and that Alistair Volders is maybe the one that he chose. I'm not saying it is, but you know, that's sometimes what happens, you know. a lot of times people look at fights, you know, and as I say, regardless of record, they'll look at the guy's skill set and think, you know, I'm a good match for him, or there's a key to victory here for me, you know, there's a way to win this fight for me.
And is there, as a promoter, are you aware of the A side and the B side, or is it always 50-50?
In terms of promotion, there's usually always an A side and a B side. You know, it's very, very unusual for us to get two people from the same area fighting in a venue that's, you know, their hometown, that both promote themselves and put themselves out there as much. There's always one person who pushes himself a bit more. We make all our digital teams and our promotional machine available to whoever wants it, but you've got to want it. You know, we don't want to push up on people. You know, fighting's hard enough as it is without us asking them to go out there and, you know, promote themselves as if, you know, the fight depends upon it. Look, same way it used to be in boxing, you know, sell 4 tables or else your fight's going to fall through. You know, that's not our job is to promote and market the fights. The fighter's jobs is to sign the contract, to turn up on time, to turn up on weight and make it the next night to the fight.
Well, then I'll ask you this question. In Eternal MMA's view, who is the biggest star? Because you're a man that would have numbers like that.
You mean who moves the needle?
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, who is the guy?
You want me to give you my IP as well?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, who is the big? All right, well then take the needle mover away. Who is the biggest star? Is it Harry Webb?
Harry Webb's a huge needle mover. Yeah, he is. Look, we've got a few of them. There's a lot of them. You know, Brenton Mumford last night hasn't fought in 4 years. Yeah, you've got no idea of the metrics come out of anything at all that posted with him as well as his tickets. Harry Webb, everywhere he goes, you know, in Perth, the number of tickets he sold in Perth was outstanding. You know, yeah, it helps that the UFC's on the next day and people are travelling for both, but still, it was fantastic support that he had. And look, I think that's more to do with, tells a lot about him as a human, that people actually from his area and friends and his age, you know, he's got a good support crew around about him, and he's obviously a well-liked guy that's got a good friend group that travel with him.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the Jack Jenkins with Bacchus Marsh.
Jack Jenkins was another one before we went to UFC. We were unlucky that we never ever got to utilise Jack Jenkins in Melbourne. You know, we'd heard of some of the numbers that he pushed in Melbourne, but as we say, you know, we're a national company. You know.
International, some might say.
Not to next year. We're a national company, and we've got to move people round about. We do a lot of events. You know, we're going to do a lot more next year as well. You know, so it's not always, things don't always work out that we can put people in the right places. People need fights. It's as simple as that. We can't be selfish and say, well, you're from the Gold Coast, you'll sell us tickets in the Gold Coast. We've got a commitment we make to you. We'll get you fights. We'll get you the fights. You know, it's up to us to sell the tickets and pay for it.
Is there an event that you are the most proud where you perhaps didn't have a local guy that did all the work, where your advertising and your marketing sold the place out? Is there an event that jumps out to you?
A lot of them do that. When we look at all our metrics, when I started doing this, 95% of statistics are made up. But I'm going to give you like a rough idea here. When I first started doing this, there was no such thing as social media or anything. You know, I had to drive around every single gym, giving tickets to people, telling them to hand them back at weigh-ins, putting posters up. 2010. And when social media came along, obviously it made a huge difference and helped us, you know, as soon as you start getting into the advertising algorithms and ad spend and stuff like that, people that are a lot brighter than me, you know, are able to make their tickets fly. But I wouldn't say there was any one event that stands out as one that our marketing done it. Probably the February event in Perth last year, the day before the UFC. But, you know, Perth's just a very strong market for us just now. You know, we've had a lot of really, really good athletes coming out of Perth that have gathered a lot of support locally. You know, Jack Della, Quillan Salkeld, Stephen Erseg, you know, they guys all had huge followings that they came behind them. Wes Capper, but even Adam Lawrence, you know, these guys have got very similar friends groups to Harry Webb that you're saying, you know, they've got, you know, they've just got a good group of people round about them and they sell hundreds of tickets.
I was going to say, even the guys you don't get the glory for, like the Cody Haddons early on. Like
Cody Haddon was, the numbers Cody Haddon used to, Cody Haddon and Quillan Salkeld in the same card as fucking, you know what I mean? It was fantastic. And Look, I've got to give a lot of that credit actually to Jasmine. You know, Jasmine manages that team and they boys and everything so well, and knows the value of the self-promotion for them so that they can increase their remuneration through, you know, the incentivization that we do with ticket sales.
Is it different with each fighter? Like, do you work that out, or is it pretty flat with, like, you get this commission, or do the better guys get more commission type
No,
thing?
look, we keep it very flat to start with, but if somebody looks as if they're selling tickets or as if they're doing a lot of promotion, we will speak to them and we will give bonuses when you hit certain numbers. You know, we will do that.
Can you answer this? Now, there was a situation where we did like some content which will come out a little bit later with some personalities and some fighters for Eternal. You had Josh Cool about it. With UFC fighter Josh Cool about with stuff like that. Do you have to pay them, or is it just a friendly?
Can't tell you that, mate. Yeah. No, look, I honestly can't. You know, You know, if Josh says you can tell me anything you want, I'll tell people anything you want. But it's the same with contracts and anything that we do with people. If they want to tell you, they can tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You know, I've signed a contract, and it does have a NDA in most of our contracts for certain things, and that goes both ways. You know, that we won't speak about certain things, they won't speak about certain things, unless we give each other the green light. And I don't talk about much. You know, I ain't going to come out here and tell you what.
Have you ever chased NDAs down? This is a separate question.
Yes.
But like, oh really? Okay. Because like, people often are like, and they'll say this sort of stuff for a little bit later, but when people talk about contracts and they're not worth the paper they're written on at this level.
It depends who writes them.
That's what I was going to ask.
And depends who wants to chase them up as well. You know, simple as that. A contract's still a contract.
Well,
If you understand contract, well, it doesn't actually have to be a contract either.
I don't understand contracts, but what I do understand is entertainment, marketing, and teasing. And what we
When
have
are you
is
starting?
one of the biggest interviews coming up in the history of the sport very soon. Me and you, we're chatting tomorrow. I don't want to give all of it away right now.
I thought it was
so
June
I'm going to kick you off right now because we will get too deep and we will get too fun and we will give it away too early, and I don't want to do that.
My back's still sore though. I can't go up. Can you switch the camera angle just now to stand up?
No, because you won't let me show the fights.
No, that's not me. That's another contract thing. But I can't talk about it. But no, look, Mitch, it's fantastic having you and Joel here. And we've got Brendan here tonight as well. You know, it's fantastic for Australian MMA that, you know, we're rounding out the night, or they're rounding out the year with probably the three biggest journalists in combat sports in Australia, Brendan, yourself and Joel, all attending this event. And we hope the boys, unfortunately we don't have any female fights on over the 2 nights, but hopefully the boys that are fighting, you know, take advantage of this to promote themselves as well. You know, whether they're fighting Eternal or whether they go anywhere else, they should take this, you know, the advantage to get as much promotion as possible and make their voices heard.
No, it's good. No, I really do appreciate it. People don't see what actually goes behind with, you know, you've set up this TV so we can watch the fights and all this sort of stuff. People don't realise that that's, you know, you're probably paying for a certain worker to just sort of focus on that type thing.
Oh,
it takes
100%.
away from...
Look, we'll get into better tomorrow, but you know, there's a lot of people that watch a couple of things on TV. It's very easy to make something look shiny in a stream and look shiny in social media, you know, but...
Well, look at this shit. There's a couple grand right in front of me.
Exactly, I was going to say, come and have a look at what we do you know, backstage and everything else that we do for fighters. You know, it's, yeah.
I'm looking forward to it tomorrow.
Awesome. Good stuff, Mitch. Good to see you.
Get out of here before we get in trouble by your lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, Cam O'Neill, co-director of Eternal MMA. That really came out of nowhere, and we do have a very in-depth chat tomorrow, which is years in the making. So make sure you like Australian MMA _ on Instagram, and that'll be out very soon. But right now we've got the final prelim bout before we head on to the main card, Martin versus Haydar. And look, very interesting rounding it out. But yeah, that was Cam O'Neill. It's an interview that is going to be very interesting coming up. So if you've got any questions that you want to know, do hit up Australian MMA _ on Instagram, and I will potentially pass them on tomorrow. So anything that you want to know, controversial, doesn't matter, I'll make it happen. Who looks like they're winning this fight? the guy who's on top. Yeah, that's true. Very rarely are you going to be like the guy on the bottom. The guy bleeding. Oh, mate, I was just trying to, having Cam just then, I was like, do not use all the good shit. I was like, because we're going to go like in depth, we're going to go hard. But it's good because there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff people don't know. Like literally like the behind the scenes stuff, the contracts, the this and that. And it's important to know.
It's something that I've had a lot more visibility of lately. Like, because I'm now doing a lot of stuff sort of between shows, getting.
Yeah, which when you're around it. Yeah, when you're around it, you just see it. Oh, he looks like he got an accidental finger in the eye.
I mean, from where it was, I mean, I've been working for 8 years now. From where it was then 8 years ago to where it is now.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. The sport's just... We used to... Like, that's how I started at Eternal. I was holding a camcorder on the side of a boxing ring at the Italian club in Perth. That's how I started. So it's like, look at it now. Just a sport. But, like, the most average promotion out there is live streamed. Like, it's very rarely a promotion isn't, and when it's not live streamed, the crowd's like the audience is like, what do you mean? Like, it's like they're almost upset. Where before, if you had a live stream, it was like premium. Like, you were like the world's best promotion because, it's going to be live streamed. Now,
Years and years ago, I think we were on like Fight TV.
yeah, Fight TV, yeah. I remember when they told me about UFC Fight Pass, I was like, no way.
Yeah, that was massive. I think since then, the level of production that we've had to go through,
Oh.
like, it's just gotten like, so you're talking what, 2019 the Fight Pass deal came in?
Yeah.
Around that
Yeah,
Melbourne
2019 is when that Fight Pass deal came in.
So yeah, the progression since then has just been fucking exponential. Like, I remember when we were playing at PCYC, fucking putting in plastic chairs out in a small
Yeah.
hall.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The sport, man, it moves quickly, doesn't it? All right, let me check out some of the chats. Okay. Oh, on the chat, let's see who we've got. How are we, gentlemen? We're good. We're good. Hey, someone listed as John Campbell. Can't be the great John Campbell from Infinite MMA in Ballarat. If it is, please welcome. He says, let's go. And then he says, David Martinez submitting Brenton Mumford last night shows how tough and how good Luke Daly is. And he stuffed his shoulder. I do agree with that. But then also a little bit higher up, he says Harry Webb 4-1, which I think would be referring to the Kevin Cophamel fight. But then that doesn't make any sense because that sounds like you're not, like it sounds like, you know what I'm saying? So John, if it's the real John, send us a message. I miss you. Round 3 of the final featured prelim fight. 1 minute 15 remaining, 1 minute 14, 1 minute 13, 1 minute 12. And beautiful little reversal there, looking to round out the final minute of this fight. Like I said, if you haven't seen it, I mean, even with a minute to go, Eternal MMA, just chuck your email down, you can watch the fights for free. Good head pressure right in front of the commentators. You can see them there. Tanera Nathan, Matty Bones, and Ben Vickers, also co-director of Eternal. Nice pressure there, both boys going hard. Harry, the human highlight reel Webb, get off the beers. Drinking beers or nose beers? Because both. What up? No, I'm down the line. Also, also Harry Webb, if you are listening, I just did an interview with Cam O'Neill. If me and him can come back, so can we. So can we. And that brings an end to the prelims. Look, guys, we'll take a short break. I'm actually probably going to go have a beer, and I'll be back. Oh, John Campbell was saying Harry won 4 out of 5 rounds. That makes a lot more sense. Now I do know it's John Campbell. No, I actually know, because if it was John Campbell, he would have said he won 5 rounds. So, don't do that. Let's all get on a podcast together. Let's do it. Look, I said, me and Cam, best friends now. We all could be too. Guys, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, you'll either hear me interviewing someone, or we'll be checking out the UFC Fight Pass card. Get a UFC Fight Pass subscription. I'll be joined with plenty of guests, all the fighters post-fight. We'll be checking out Eternal MMA 91. There's some banger fights on the card. Blair Bretag, Cam Rowston is going to be an absolute stacker of a card. You've got, obviously, the main event, John Martin Fraser and Darcy Vendy. It is going to be a hell of an event, guys. Be back here at 8 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. I will see you guys then. Live on the YouTubes.
We're on camera and everything.
Yeah. The legendary referee, the great Peter Hickmott, mate. How long have you been doing MMAing refereeing?
MMAing
refereeing. How long? Because you are the man.
Well, thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that.
I mean, my personal favourite was Mr. Sharp, but...
Yeah, he's mine too. Yes, John's a very good mate of mine, and had a great pleasure of working with John in many shows locally and with UFC.
So lead referee, I would pretty confident to say lead referee in Australia. You have been for quite some time, at least up the top of experience-wise. When did you first referee your first fight?
Mate, I think it was about 2005.
Oh, just in the back of a car park, like
No. Yeah, well, there was actually, we did a show in a car park in Gatton once. It was a combined Thai boxing and MMA show at one of the pub car parks. But that was after I started. I think it was about 2005.
Why would you get into MMA refereeing? Because it is the hardest, most thankless job in the world.
When I was competing on the national circuit, I was in the likes of Kyle Noak and Hector Lombard.
Yeah.
So the incentive to not fight was very strong. And I remember my last fight that I ever had professionally was against a guy by the name of Clinton Joyce over in Western Australia. He retired me that night. Habby gave me a phone call and said, mate, I need a favour. I can't find a match for this guy. His name's Clinton Joyce.
Habby Heskey?
Habby Heskey, yep. And I said, yeah, righto, mate, no dramas, I'll come over. So he flew himself and a cornerman over there. I jumped on the scales, still dressed at about 89 kilos. Clinton cut down from about 100 and something to 92. And he was 6'4" and just absolutely ripped. And I looked him up and down, and I looked at Habby and I said, "You bastard." And anyway, so we went out there, and Larry Papadopoulos was the ref. I hit him with everything I had. He just shook his head and growled like a dog and belted me. And I just said, "Nah, that's enough. That'll do me."
How many fights did you have all up?
20.
Oof. And
very bad.
Any mixed disciplines?
Yeah, look, I did Thai boxing, did a couple of Thai boxing ones. Most of them are all MMA fights. My record wasn't anything flash, but as I've heard, records are for DJs. And look, and as I say to the guys I've been teaching, is that, I went to officiating because I sucked as a fighter. But I found myself a good coach at that point and also a good official. So I just kept going down the official path.
Probably because when you started, there was 4 rules that you had to remember.
Yeah, and one of them was don't get killed. No, and looking, mate, I guess I've been probably blessed getting into the sport at this point in time when Australian MMA is really starting to bloom. I had the great opportunities to learn from people like Cameron Quinn, Ken Dunstan, those sort of guys as referees. So for me, they sort of set the path. Line the path up for us. We just had to follow it and go through from there. So it's been good for me, and where Australian MMA is now with the current group of fighters that are coming through, it's a really good time to be with it.
What's been the absolute highlight of your career?
Lots. Obviously refereeing UFC, that was a good one. I think probably if I were to pick any of them out, it would be to I refereed Islam Makhachev in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, yeah?
Against Dami Ramos. So that was, we're getting the wind up
2 minutes.
here. I was just checking my phone.
It feels so professional, like I've got a production manager. I'll be like 2 minutes.
Yeah, hurry up.
And it makes it feel like it's for me.
But I got 3 minutes. So, so for me, that was probably the one fight. Weili Zhang in Beijing, ref Weili. But then probably the best thing is that I've had to ref a lot of the local Australian guys that are on the UFC, like Rob Whittaker, Volk, those guys, just on the local scene. I've refereed them, and just to see them get to where they've gotten to is a really good thing.
What's the biggest mistake you've ever made?
I always show it when I do coaching seminars with refereeing. There was it was an XFC in Brisbane, and I was too close.
Yeah.
But as I said to the guys when I teach you that, it'd be a long day for me. There was, I think, something like 17 fights.
Like the fighter stopped, thought the fight was over type thing because you were too close? Yeah.
Because it was Nick and Matt, and Nick dropped Matt, and I was just that one step too close, and I'd stepped in and put the hand up, and Matt's looking up and going, what?
Matt who?
Matt Thompson.
Yep, and Nick.
Look, I can't think of his name. We'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
Next FC, it's one of them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, and I've gone like this, and I saw Matt, and I pulled the hand away.
Yeah.
And then, because I've touched Nick, he sort of stepped back and gone,
And you can't say keep going, can you? It's over.
No, I did.
Oh, cool.
Yep, fight on. Keep going.
That's cool.
And that was, and then for me, that was a real wake-up call. That's probably the biggest mistake I think
And
I've
finally,
made.
before I let you go, what do you wish more people knew about MMA refereeing?
It's hard. We don't get the standing 8 count opportunity to get the fighter back in the match. Once we've made the call, that's it. But we need to be making sure that we know we've made the right call at the right time. The hardest thing is making sure that we've given that fighter every opportunity to get back into that fight. But when we think the fight's done, the fight's done.
And is that the hardest thing sometimes? Is have you ever made a decision and gone, oh, fuck, that's probably wrong, but I've made the decision, I've got to stay strong?
Honestly, I'll say no. I've been probably lucky enough to do... Well, I've probably... No, not that I can remember, but I'm sure someone will prove me wrong. There'll be a fighter out there and go, you stopped doing what I should have done. Yes, I did. Sorry about that.
And what's the one thing with MMA refs you think if someone wants to get into the sport, what do they need to know, the mindset? Or...
They just need to get involved. Get a course going, get some experience, get involved with shows like whatever you can find, local shows, get involved with it. There's heaps to do.
Well, mate, you're one of the best in the business, and I appreciate you sitting down and
Thank you,
now
mate.
go make the right call. You
Yeah.
don't want to jinx yourself now.
No,
'cause
should
then you'll
have
get
got
back
like
out
60
there.
seconds. See you, man.
You're the best, mate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the legendary Peter Hickmott, basically the best referee in Australian MMA. Like I said, we mentioned some good guys before, like John Sharp and some of the other guys running around, but Peter Hickmott is the best one going around in Australia, so make sure you sort of remember that name. We'll take another quick break, and when we'll be back, UFC Fight Pass, Eternal MMA 91, we'll get a rolling. 43. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal MMA 91 live on UFC Fight Pass. If you don't have Fight Pass, get it now. It's, of course, your live stream fight companion. If you go back through the stream, there's been heaps of interviews with pretty important characters from Australian MMA, and it will continue as we'll probably get at least most of the guys that are on the pro card. Whoever wins will more than likely have a chat to them. We'll be joined by some other guys. But yes, Cole Smith taking on Jordan Gamble from Lions Den. Joel, you wanna join me?
I might be in and out during the program.
Yeah, you do your thing, Rory.
Yeah,
What's do you reckon Jordan Gamble hates this? I'm just seeing this 0-2. Do you reckon he's hating the Ethan Mitchell being the best 0-2 guy?
Yeah, actually.
Who was that? Who were you talking to just before?
That was Mr. Brendan Bradford.
What's he do?
He writes about fighting. And
Where?
It's a little place called what you call it? What's it? Like News Corp or something?
Really?
Yeah.
That's sick. So he's like a real journalist.
Yeah.
Sick.
Pretty schmick.
Does he always write about fighting?
I think most of the time.
Does he have a place that is it like a page or is it just like a
It
just
gets
a him?
from based off what he told me, it gets disseminated through many a place depending on where you live.
Good for him. Oh, no wonder why, because I had Cam on here before, and he was like, we got the three... I don't know why that's my Cam impression. Cam O'Neill, leader of the Eternal MMA party. He was... I said it like it was leader of the opposition.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was like, we've got the three best journalists here. And he was like, we got Mitchell, we got Joel, and we've got Brendan. And I was like, I didn't want to be rude, but I was like, who the fuck is Brendan?
Brendan's cage side.
Like he's sitting cage side.
Yeah, like he's going there. That's where he went to go.
I know, he's got AAA. Fucking rude.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's what happens when your real journos come in.
Yeah. Hey, I work for Channel 7.
You do work for Channel 7. That's very cool.
No, I put an ED at the end of that. Worked.
Oh.
Nah, I left him. It wasn't good. Don't worry.
They calling? They calling
Nah,
back?
it's just, bro.
I'm not coming back.
Nah, you think radio's bad. TV's hemorrhaging money. Although there's a real...
Media
channel-
just kind of like sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, if it's not on YouTube, it sucks.
Yeah.
There's a real journalist here, by the way, Georgia Costi, does Sunrise. You often see them do the Eternal MMA backstage ones. Did you not know Georgia Costi was Sunrise?
I don't know who Georgia Costi is.
No, that's fair. I wouldn't expect you to, because it's like the Eternal backstage interviews. No
Yeah.
one watches them.
They
wait for hours.
Was she doing it last night?
Yes,
Okay,
she was one that.
I'm familiar with.
Yeah, Lily Hines, also another amazing MMA personality. Guys, we are watching this fight, by the way.
Yes,
3 minutes, 39, 38, 37,
When
36. Jordan Gamble versus Cole Smith.
You just had Cam O'Neill in here, and you just had a referee that I'm not familiar with.
Legendary Peter Hickmott.
The legendary Peter Hickmott. Beautiful knees here by Gamble. I don't think he'll be 0-2.
I'll tell you what. When you're 0-2, you should go out and gamble. You got nothing to lose.
But do you think when the people see me come on, they're like, okay, they're going to be talking about the media? Like, it's not like, oh, cool, we're talking about fights. And then I show up and they're like, oh, they're going to talk about like what it's like to work in the media.
Yeah, I do actually hate when...
They're like, no, not inside baseball. Don't talk inside baseball.
Yeah, they do. They do hate when we... I hate when media guys talk to media guys.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are losers. We're only cool when we're talking to other people.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got like
The art of media.
He's got a little handcuff there. Dagestani handcuff.
Mitch, no one knows how hard we work.
Oh, don't do it. Don't be that... Oh, that's funny. But we are like, we make blood money. We make... You know what I mean? Like, you know...
You make money? What? How did I know about this?
You guys are getting paid. Yeah, but I'm like, to be fair, however much I've made, I've lost way more.
Way
than you.
further in the red. Way further in the red.
You're looking at a small car loan in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh, he's flattened out. That is not good. Jordan Gamble's going to have to move.
Beautiful ground and pound.
Cole Smith's going to have to move.
Beautiful ground and pound here from Gamble.
Gamble's going to get under the chin.
Yeah,
isn't he?
reaching
Trying
under
to
the chin, looking for
soften him out. You spread the chicken. He's flattened him out. Have you not heard that?
No.
Oh,
It
yeah.
must be for purple belts.
Oh, yeah, I reckon that's over. Stop
Yeah,
it.
there we go. Beautiful ground and pound win for Jordan Gamble in the first round.
Why did... I think Cole Smith has a background in boxing, if I'm not mistaken. But at 43, I would like to know the matchup and why this happens.
Yeah.
Mr. Gamble, because he's from a really good gym. Oh, I guess 0-2. It's very similar to what we were talking about with Ethan Mitchell. Like, it's hard to... What's your next fight after 0-2?
Yeah.
Like, no one's going to fight you. So, obviously, good job, Cole Smith. But, yeah, Gamble just seemed to be a little bit too much there for him. And the Gamble paid off. I had to say it.
Do you think in that fight commentary busted that one out before you did, or do you think you're the first guy on the night?
I guarantee you, Matt Bones Williams smashed it out.
He yelled it
as soon as it started.
It's a Gamble paid off. Couldn't wait to say it. He couldn't wait. He was like holding it in.
Mate, I'm excited. This next fight, Chris Ustijanovsky.
Yeah.
Ustijanovsky. I wish I could say he's got an ankle brace on.
He does. That's a back-to-back Lions Den.
Yeah. Jordan Gamble.
How did it go with Cam?
Yeah, it was good. We got a interview scheduled
Tomorrow, yeah,
for
I know you're
tomorrow,
doing
which
stuff
is going to be pretty big. And he started like giving stuff away.
I was eavesdropping while I was over there. I heard you say, like, please stop talking.
Yeah, honestly, like that. Not often I say this a lot, but like me, Cam, interview, like that's a lot of people going to listen to that.
Yeah.
Like that's a big one.
Yeah.
If me and Ben Vickers on my channel is the biggest I've ever had.
Yeah.
And that was like at peak eternal
Hatred.
me and hating
Yes.
each other, which allegedly Ben's like, "What I hated you?" And I'm like, "Shut up, Ben." No, but like literally, like it was like peak.
Yeah.
So that was really good. But I'd imagine. Oh, that's really lovely. Jordan Gamble was saying really nice things about Luke Pizzuti, head coach, which you can see on screen. Lions Den really killing it lately.
Yeah, man, I told you, they're on the up.
Yeah, they definitely are. I love a good guy on the mic. Like, I don't care if you're talking shit. I love a guy that like just can talk on the mic. Like, even if it's like, oh, I want to thank my wife. Like, oh, she puts up with so much. Like, if you can just talk, you're going far with me.
Yeah, not a.
Or you have to be Jack Della. Like, done in one.
Yeah.
And for some reason,
Get the cash and dash.
Yeah, for some reason, they're the most, like, it's like someone has said, Jack, this is the sentence you will say. And he goes, okay. But it's like, because of who he is, it's so, like, powerful. Like, it's so, like...
Dude, I think a super underrated line by him that I don't think got put over enough was, there's a lot of scary motherfuckers in this division and I'm the scariest. I'm like, that's sick. I want to see edits of Jack Della with that line and I haven't seen them yet.
My favourite one is still, to this day, I hope he had a horrible flight, which was referring to DC.
DC? Dude. He took his moment.
He's good, man. He's really good. Jack Della's special, man. I remember when, as the next fight's about to get underway in the bantamweight division, Conor Birch versus Ustijanovsky. Owski? You keep saying it's Owski.
Do I? I thought I was saying Ovsky. I think it's Owski.
I should ask him before he walks out.
Yeah.
And the hotel receptionist is about to bring them in. Good.
He said Ov.
Daddy Ravioli.
Said Ovsky.
Ovsky? Yeah, but, you know.
Dude, pump it.
Oh, he's running. I think he's running.
Dude, he's doing the DC.
Oh, no, stop. He's very talented. So, as you're aware, I posted about Chris missing weight because he missed it by a limb. Like, he missed it by, like, was it 61.7 or 61.3? I think 61.3 is the bantamweight, and then you've got 500 grams. So 61.8, whatever the math is there. He weighed in 63.4.
Yeah.
That's fucking absurd.
Yeah.
And for a guy of that level at that gym, unacceptable, as the great Callum Potter would say.
Yeah.
But in saying that, Chris Ustijanovsky, I was about to say one day, is fucking incredible. Like, he's a very good fighter.
Yes.
Have you watched any of him in person?
Not in person, no.
He's
I've seen clips.
doesn't get talked a lot about as well.
No.
I think he's 2-0.
See, I wonder if... Yet again, try not to talk about being the media. Stuff like that, about like that doesn't get talked about enough. But do you ever feel a thing of like, well, I can't start talking about you a little bit too soon because I don't kind of want to freak you out?
No, there's an answer of fucking earn it. Like, and I don't mean that with me, but it's like, there is a bit of a, there's two things. You're either Harry Webb, and I got to talk about you, like, regardless of any situation ever, because, and this is even talking about him early, like, because he was a star. Like, it was not complete. Like, you have to talk about them, right?
I remember you talking to him backstage at my first event I ever covered.
Yeah, so it's like, that's how important he was, because he put a whooping on Ollie Schmidt, who was amazing himself.
Yeah.
So, for his debut. And when you do that, you then go, well, I have to talk about you. So that's the first way to get talked about, is just be undeniable. The second is, like, be in Perth and know someone I know.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I'm the same.
Like, I'll talk about a guy like Aiden Todorov, right? That kid fights out of Bunbury, which is like, it's like Shepparton in Victoria. It's like Gladstone in Queensland. It's like some of the worst places you could be. Like, they're just like nothing places, whatever. Like, I love that place because there's a nothing town. I just happened to go to that gym. So I saw him.
Yeah.
And then now he's doing well.
Yeah.
So he gets hyped. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. That's all it is. It's like, so there's a little bit of luck in it.
Yep.
Oh, Chris Usti's 25. I thought he was much older.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to tell me you thought he was much younger, and now he's ancient. Because Chris saw his 19-year-old teammate earlier tonight.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to be like, damn,
To be fair,
25.
25 in Lions Den is 35 anywhere else.
Yeah.
Conor Birch, I'm sick of saying guys are underrated, not talked about, because it is my job. I could have just talked about them.
Yeah.
But Conor Birch, also very, very good.
Yeah, no, I really like Conor Birch.
This is a sleeper. Not like my favourite fight on the card, but it's a sleeper.
Yeah.
Who's Usti beaten?
Great question.
Oh, he's not beaten anyone like James Sargison. That was a good fight. But he beat a guy that was. Oh no, I think it's more his amateur career that has been pretty impressive. He's fought Colby Thickness twice, lost, but fought Daniel Mitchell, Zach Sharapov, Liam Gusty, beat them. Like, it's like his amateur into his. Conor Birch, I know Conor Birch from, I reckon it was a previous Eternal fight.
Yes, I'm assuming his pro debut.
Also, you want to know, look at Ustijanovsky's pro debut cancels. June 10th, September 11th, October 28th, Feb 10th, Julian Giustiniano, Lawrence Liu, Daniel Mitchell, Seb Saleh. So they're all like really, really high caliber
Seb
fights.
Saleh.
Yeah, but back in 2023.
No, but I'm saying, like, Seb Saleh, he's now champ.
Yeah, wild, eh? So, and now he's at Bantam. I think, actually, Seb was at Bantam. Apologies.
Oh, did...
Yeah, he took a trip. But his body couldn't make it, apparently. That's why it got cancelled. I think that's why the fight didn't happen. I'm testing my encyclopedia here.
Well, it's important to have that. I mentioned to you last night about possible fight for Ethan Mitchell being Jean Alexander. Tapology says all of his fights are featherweights. Not featherweight. Bantamweight.
Who?
Jean Alexander.
Is he?
Yeah, all of his fights say featherweight. That's why I checked on here. I was like, let me make sure I'm not being an idiot.
Because didn't he fight...
Liam Gusty.
Didn't he fight Matty Ian?
I don't know.
He's from the ATT. He's the one where they had the back and forth at the...
Yes, they did, but...
I thought he was a feather. Interesting.
Because I floated it by Dunstan, and Dunstan's like, Jean's a bantamweight.
Interesting. Oh. Birch has got good... Conor Birch!
Conor Birch, big right hand, puts him down.
I was just going to say, he has tremendous hands.
Wowee.
There you can see some Usty fans in the crowd, not stoked. Birch is feeling it. That was a hard right hand. Oh, I tell you what. That was very impressive.
We'll let the moment sink in for a little bit, and we'll hear the official, not decision, but we'll make it official.
Hey, the judges versus. Look at that. Look at this. Ready? So over the top, straight down the pipeline. Oh!
Bang, over the top right. Damn.
Oh, his head just, he face plants basically. Conor Birch. I think he had a very similar knockout against Grasselli when they fought.
Was that also in the first?
Yes, it was. So it's two. His last 4 fights, including amateurs, have all been KOs and TKOs, and only one of them, and that was boxing, made it to the second round. Shows you how hard Conor Birch hits.
Yeah.
Jesus. Also, like, credit where credit's due, that man just knocked out a man that weighed, 1.3 kilos heavier than him away. I think he was 61.7 and he was 63.4, so whatever that math is.
Yeah.
Holy shit, it's Blair Bretag versus Cameron Rowston next.
They're flying by.
Jesus.
I'm going to jump out so I can set up my stuff.
Yeah, do you think?
Oh. I'm sure you'll see me later in the night.
Yeah, absolutely. You can come in anytime. Anytime no one more important is here.
These headphones are now not working.
That's what I'll figure it out.
Thank you, brother.
See you later, sir. Classic Joel. Just stuffing my stuff up. I'm so excited for this next fight. I mean, Conor Birch, might try and have a chat to him as well. Conor Birch, name to remember. Oh, I'm so excited. This next fight's going to be a banger. If you don't know anything about Australian MMA or you're like unsure, I cannot stress to you just how great this fight is going to be. Sorry, Ben Johnson just picked up his jumper and then just walked through the He's walked through the former Eternal MMA middleweight champion and last... Oh, Seb Saleh versus Taser! Feb 8, Sydney. Saleh versus Taser. Let's go. Have a look at that. Mitchell Parker, Philpott, Maharaj. That is a good one. Are you trying to make a post, Joel? One of us try to make a post live. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. All right, guys. Oh, Christian Lapham's fighting too. Versus Emil Jerry's. Woo! Oh, Nabetsu. That's a great card. Sydney. Let's go. You know you got a sick name when they just use your first name.
Do you want me to send people over when they're done, or are you just selectively?
No, you can send them all over if you want.
I should help out.
If you want, I can stop Ben Johnson from running through your interview, which is so very rude.
As I said, I'm like, you know better.
How unprofessional. All right, guys, you're gonna watch me do. As I'm just talking to. If you don't know, guys, I'm talking to Georgie Costi. Definitely want to check out her backstage interviews, or you can see her early on Sunrise. She tells me about when tobacco stores get firebombed.
All the important things.
You know, we're basically colleagues because I'm still technically on the books for Channel 7 in Bunbury in Western Australia. Yeah, so technically we're on the same level.
Yeah,
so
like the regional news.
yeah. About 5 weeks too late about our highway that old people are upset about.
Yeah, how are they going to get the answers they need?
It's blown out the budget. They're not happy. Stay with me, guys. So I'm making a social post. You know when I go like, breaking news. This is what I'm doing right now, but I'm looking for a picture of Taser Malone. Where is he? Give me a Taser Malone picture. You're looking for a good one? There we go, Taser. That's a good one. Taser Malone. And then we're also looking for now a Seb Saleh picture. And so I go on both their Instagrams and I find a good photo and then I collage them. And then I put them together. It's great.
When did that Darcy Vendy shirt come on? It's a bit hot.
It was from there last night, from when me and Ben Johnson chatted. I was like, no idea what it was there for, and he was like, oh, that was mine. I was like,
His
oh.
six-pack. Like, oh, that's when he came to Look, he caught my attention. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it is Darcy Vendy. He's built like a Greek god. Just saying hello to Blair Bretag and the boys at Team Compton. It's going to be a hell of a fight. Honestly, guys. Cam Rowston versus Blair Bretag. It's going to be special, I'll tell you that. Guys, someone's getting knocked out, I'll tell you this. Right, then I airdrop. You guys see me watch live, by the way. I know you're probably really annoyed, but look, Blair Bretag versus Cam Rowston, when this fight gets rolling, I'll get talking about it. It's going to be real special. Blair Bretag's an actual, like, stud. He just knows how, to, like promote himself. He's a really good knockout artist. And Cam Rowston's off the back of his Contender Series fight. So, you know, he'll have to be ready. defend his 145-pound title against Taser Malone. You know, this is the fight that Miles Milwaukee really wanted for Taser, and I thought it was too soon. So it's going to be interesting to see what's happening there. And Rowston. Connor, come have a chat.
Sorry, Alex.
That's all right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oof. Blair Bretag. Conor Birch, mate. Take a seat. Have the headphones on. We get to watch the fight at the same time. Beautiful knockout, mate. You don't get paid per the hour.
No.
Pull that sucker up. How clean did it feel landing that shot?
It felt pretty nice. Yeah, you know, I've landed a couple of good shots in there before, but never won that clean.
Mate, now, I mean, look, great start, like, even just to your career in general. Like, what do you want to do next as we watch two of the big boys, Cam Rowston versus Blair Bretag? I feel like someone's going to go to sleep. You know
probably.
a thing or two about knockouts as Rowston shoots for the takedown. But what do you want to do next? What's the plan?
You know, I'd love to get in there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going on a holiday January, February, so hopefully something in the middle of the year, and then I want to stack up as many as I can. Maybe fight 3 or 4 times.
Keep knocking people out. Are you done with boxing? We fully MMA now?
I may dabble back and forth, you know. It just depends.
See where the money at?
Yeah, side missions. You know.
Now, I mean, in terms of characters, guys floating around, fighters, is there anyone that you go, oh man, I really want to mix it up with him?
I actually have no idea, you know, because I was sort of used to looking at the featherweight division, and now I'm a bantamweight. I'm not 100% sure who's out there at the moment.
What made the decision to go to bantam?
I'm not as big as I thought I was. So when I first started this, I thought I was going to be a light heavyweight.
Yep.
And I didn't grow past 5'10", and I couldn't put on the muscle that required to be at light heavyweight. So then I slowly went welterweight, lightweight, featherweight, and...
Really?
You know,
Started light heavyweight?
Yeah, I know. I started at welterweight. Yeah.
Well, geez, mate, that's pretty good. Well, I mean, look, the power has clearly followed you all the way down. Will we ever see you at flyweight?
I don't know. No, definitely not.
Is that a hard cut for you at all?
It's actually not.
Oh,
No,
really?
it was a lot easier than my featherweight cuts. You know, I jumped on board with the combat dietitian last camp, and it's just being disciplined throughout camp. You know, as long as you hit the right markers, the cut's pretty easy.
Well, mate, it's been a pleasure to watch you fight so far and see your career. And you've always been the guy I was watching the other guy for.
Yep.
And now you're the guy I'm watching.
Yeah,
So
nice.
is there anything else you want anyone to know? Any family, friends that you've got to thank out there?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my partner Jade. You know, she made that cut so easy. She was there with me all night from like 11 o'clock at night all the way till we weighed in 12 the next day. So shout out to my uncles as well, Uncle Hayden, Uncle Al. Supported me big time through this camp and the last one. I really appreciate it.
You're the man, brother. We'll
Thank
go
you,
and
bro.
enjoy it.
Thank you.
Conor Birch, absolute star. He's definitely a fighter to watch, so definitely check out him. And as that ends, we're watching Blair Bretag turn it around. Cam Rowston had a great start against Blair. He looks to really be initiating the grappling, and why wouldn't you against Bretag, who finds his way back up. Big rip of the body shot. Rowston, oh, he tags him hard. Bretag hits Rowston. Oh, tries to throw the knee. They both look to be breathing very heavy. Oh, beautiful mix up there by Bretag. He's got Rowston on the back foot. Rowston's so tall and long though. Oh, gets him with the toes on the high kick, off the head kick. Oh, over the top again. Back and forth. Oh, that looked like it hurt Bretag a little bit. Rowston. Both boys breathing heavy, just ducks under that. at the back. We've got to be careful here. Rowston's worked very hard on his grappling. Minute 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, if you want to sync it up. He's gone for the high crutch there. Can he get Bretag up? And Blair getting that hand in there is going to try and separate. As he gets to the back and trips in. That is beautiful. He's got one hook in. Blair's going to be very careful, like we said. Rowston just looks so strong. He's so long. Turns a good job. Excellent job there by Blair. Minute to go. So real back and forth round. .45 to go in the round. Oh, nice elbow over the top, back to the grappling. 30 seconds remaining in round one. Sorry guys, I'm just sending the social post. You'll see it on Australian MMA _ very soon. Got to beat Joel. He's over there, probably working on it. Joel, you working on the said post? Are you not doing the said post, are you? Oh, beautiful back and forth as the round ends. You can, if you're not busy, you can come take a seat. You don't have to, but... Because you're basically just giving me your skill and talent on my page.
Yeah. Well, I don't have the live setup. Next time I'm not at a fight, I'll have a live setup. But for this one...
Do you reckon maybe we could do that? Can we do like a... sort of you're on the live and I'm on the live? And like
the same live?
Yeah. Does that work?
Oh, I mean, anything's possible.
I'd ask the tech guys, but we are.
Yeah. Anything can happen, you know.
The way the guy's going in, like, and he's loading up like one shot without any 1-2, and then...
What's your thoughts on the...
Did Conor Birch say he used to fight at light heavyweight?
No, he said he started at like his weight started
Okay,
at
but he
light.
didn't fight at light heavyweight.
No, he's not. Didn't go full Drillich.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God.
This first round was cracking. I think that is great for Rowston, and I think Blair Bretag. I think both boys top of the game, but it's good to see Rowston like get some minutes in the cage and get a bit more like so everyone knows who he is.
Yeah,
that's not like a because all he did was lose on the Contender Series to the average fan. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he just calf sliced some poor guy. But,
dude, calf slicer sub in MMA is insane.
That opponent was nowhere. Shouldn't even be in the ring with him.
You
but
can tell because he pulled off the calf slicer.
Oh, yeah. But look at this now. Like, I mean, against Blair Bretag to get his back, both hooks in, that shows you how good Cam is.
Not the first time he's had it in the fight.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know. I mean, I know Cam could grapple a little bit, but like I didn't know he was this good.
Yeah, me neither. When you see a tall guy like that, you assume he just uses his range to strike.
Well, hasn't he won like King of the Ring like every other New Zealander?
Yeah,
look what he's doing.
Every other dude.
He's going for the S-mount.
Yeah.
He steps over to pass. And Blair's going to try and get up, and he just gets back in with both the hooks. Rowston, I know that fighters like, I think the uber fun Alfred Stoddart said, he's like, I'm calling out the loser. So,
at least there'll be something there. You know? I feel like that can happen sometimes. Sometimes when people lose a fight, they don't know where to go next.
Yeah, it is a bit hard.
Yeah, so at least...
And he's fought everyone and anyone and either gets starched or is in a war. Oh, Blair's going to be very careful here. That looks...
Ooh, is it under the chin?
He's going to be so careful. Rowston is super impressive right now, but so is Blair.
Blair turns around. He's on top in Cam's guard.
The jiu-jitsu
look how long his legs are.
The jiu-jitsu is incredible from Rowston.
Yeah.
He's got like the clamp that you see in traditional jiu-jitsu. He goes to the arm.
Grabs the
that
arm.
Is close.
Oh, rolls him over flat.
Tight.
Oh.
That is over.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful. He just hitchhiked out.
Yes.
Yeah,
Blair Bretag.
Whoa! Oh, that was so close.
That was an illegal kick.
That's illegal.
That was a legal kick. His knees were down.
Be very careful.
Bruh. He went for it before he did it, too.
Oh.
Like, he pulled it and then he went again.
What's your thoughts? Oh, they just started again. There's no point?
No, no point deduction.
Oh, that knee, because he's so tall.
Yeah. It just comes up like nothing.
This fight is as advertised. I was saying how much, like, I was looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And it is exactly what I thought it would be. Oh,
Rowston gets...
Rowston just...
Yeah.
His grappling looks incredible against Blair.
Blair seems very tired.
Blair's so talented, though. That's the thing.
Nah. They're both at the same time, just,
He's going to turn back in, but he's given up full mount.
Yeah.
Or nearly full mount. He's going to be very careful because Rowston can hit hard. I like that everyone is watching. Oh, he's be very careful here. Everyone is watching me and you, like, both work at the same time. And this
actually,
is
just
exactly what we do. This is good for the live stream because this is actually what we do backstage consistently.
Yeah. This is how hard we work. I said no one knows earlier. People are starting to know.
Love that.
Bro, I have to have my phone out during fights.
Yeah, it's horrendous.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, no, that's tight. That could be over.
I think he's under the chin there. Oh, no, Blair's attacking it.
He's turning in. He's turning, he's breathing. He's oh, no, that's tight. That's over.
Yeah, beautiful submission
Rowston.
there.
Oh, yeah, any results? I know that you're watching.
You can't see me!
You can't see
Dude.
me. Rowston, I tell you what, shout out to Rowston.
Walked out to the Halo theme and then hit us with the "you can't see me."
He has copped so much shit from people, like saying, like, oh, he shouldn't have got that Contender Series fight. He was out for so many years or whatever. Then he fought a guy who probably shouldn't have been in the cage with him. He just fought the guy that was basically like what felt like the boogeyman that was up and coming in the middleweight. Could have gone to light heavyweight, Blair Bretag. And what Rowston just did is so impressive. But that speaks to how good Blair Bretag is.
Yeah.
Man, that's a heartbreaker for Blair, but he'll be back. I think he's probably going to... I was talking about Alfred Stoddart. Yeah, I think that fight makes sense. I hate to make a fight literally 4 seconds after he loses. Rowston, I'll be honest, mate. I think Rowston could get another shot with that victory. Like, I really do. Like, and not in the Contender Series. I reckon they could just chuck him back in. Like, he's... Because I don't know how old he is.
In this, you reckon straight in?
It's sometimes... Nah, you know what? I'll take that back. I reckon he will go back to the Contenders and they'll give him someone different.
Considering his opponent on Contenders got 4 shots?
Yeah. Man, that's devastating for Blair, though. He was looking amazing.
Not a bad man to take a loss to, though.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. You forget he's Australian, eh?
Yeah,
absolutely. You just think he's a New Zealander.
Same with Cobb.
Broken hands.
Isn't he Aussie?
No, he's as Kiwi as it is. I'm pretty sure he's as Kiwi as it gets. He's like, he may as well be a bottle of L&P lemonade.
Oh, I apologise, Brogan. Correct.
Also, like, go have a chat to him, you'll immediately be like,
oh, yeah.
Kiwi, yeah.
Is there another guy?
Oh, you know what I like about this, though? If and this is from my point of view, if see, that's what he needs.
I was
though.
gonna say, do you think he's doing like the personality thing?
He needs that, and good for you, Rowston, because he needs that to people to go, okay, now we want to chat to him. Now we want him on our show. Now he's got all this like hype, and
Yeah.
he's used the mic perfectly.
Yes.
So Rowston, that's an incredible way to bounce back. Yeah, what I was going to say is what's good with Rowston being there is if Blair won and Martin Fraser wins, we're in another weird situation.
Yes.
Where now it's a little bit more like Rowston is fighting, whoever wins is going to fight Rowston.
Well, Rowston's it's an interesting he's an interesting guy. He's kind of a little bit, he has that Tom Nolan thing, where I remember after Tom Nolan's last fight in Eternal, they went, are you going to fight for the title? And he went, nah, I'm just going to go. He knows that he's on the radar. He knows that like he doesn't need the title.
It's true. It's a very, very good point.
So like we talk to people, right? And maybe they're about to fight for a title. But you know, like any fighter in the world, would you rather fight for a local title or would you rather fight to be in the UFC?
Yeah.
They're all picking that. But he knows he has that opportunity. He knows he's on their radar. He knows that opportunity's there.
Ooh, Perth. Wes Kappa versus Raymar Quintana is a perfect match.
Catch weight at 74.
Toby Meach versus Sam Hibbard feels like it's 2017. Like, great fight, but like, that's how good they were back then. Justine Arno's back. I think he had neck surgery. And is that, did he fight a...
Demo. He
Yeah.
made his pro debut at
Yeah?
Demo.
Daniel Mercurio?
Mercurio at Absolute. Came away with the victory.
Against Julian Justine Arno, who, like I said, was coming off a, I think, neck injury. So that's... Yeah, it's incredible. And then, you know what I like about this Wes Kappa, Raymar Quintana fight? It's at a catch weight, like, because both those boys don't want to go to lightweight, like too small for welterweight, and they're like, you know what, let's just bang it out. That's quality, man.
It's good to see Kappa back in the cage.
Yeah, I love Kappa.
It's always good to
I
see
think
Kappa.
matching him up with Martinez is just rude,
Yeah.
especially in Perth. Because he sells a lot of tickets too. He's a big cash cow. Wes
Yeah.
Kappa. He's a lot of fun. I love Wes. Mate, that fight was as advertised, eh? It really was. Oh, is that Blake Donnelly? Oh, Blake Donnelly's here. Former Eternal MMA lightweight champion. Duke Didier hyping up the team.
Yes, Tom Pratt about to make
Tom
the
Pratt
walk.
versus Don Marfan is very. I feel this is something that gets talked about quite a lot. Is the fact that oh, sorry, I was watching Blair Bretag. It
Yeah.
must be hard with your teammate Marfan is right.
Yeah, you want to go out and watch?
Yeah, it's quite rough. Nice. What a great song to
Yeah, I
walk
was
out
going to say,
to.
a little bit of What's My Scene.
Gotta love that. Let's talk about Vex too. Shout out. They're everywhere. Pratt. Oh, those who don't know, Tom Pratt is in my intro because of my podcast. Because at a show he won, and he was like, "Why isn't Australian MMA covering us more?" Or something like that. And like literally, I clipped it and put it in the intro, and it's so funny. Do you want to chat? Yeah, let's go. You are far from a loser, my man. Have a little chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Blair Bretag, an absolute, just a great fight against Cam Rowston. That is about as peak as MMA can be.
Yo.
What's your initial thoughts? I mean, you're straight off, like, everyone knows how good you were, how hyped this fight was. You very easily could have gone your way. We're about 5 minutes removed from you losing. talk us through it. What goes through your head right now?
First thing is time to get that blue belt, I think. Been a white belt, Australia's best white belt for too long now.
Did you expect him to grapple?
Oh, 100%. I knew going in my confidence that there's no chance he was going to stand there and strike with me and last the fight. Like, I backed myself 100%, as you saw. And I knew if he stood there and went toe-to-toe with me, he was going to go to sleep. And I think deep down he knew that. He shot pretty early, which, again, I expected.
He's quite an accomplished kickboxer, isn't he?
100%, yeah, king of the ring. He's got a great career. Like, again, I'm a bit cocky in that sense, but I back myself 100%. I think there's very, very few people in the country that my division will happily go toe-to-toe with me, or willing to not use grappling to wear me down, at least, I should say. But yeah, he shot, he took me down. I knew it was going to happen. I'm going to come back so much better from this. As soon as I was chatting to the doctor, I was like, I just needed to stop, set up those big shots. They were on. They were good.
I mean, you cracked him.
I just half a beat longer just to settle into it. Yeah, man, that's my initial thoughts. So I'm happy with myself. Obviously let down the result, but wait till I come back. Holy shit, I've learned so much already, and it's an honour sharing the cage with Cam.
Mate, it's honestly less than 10 minutes since the result, and you're already so motivated and looking on the brighter side. What do you sort of attest that to?
We're watching Don Marfan walk out right now. I've got Don Marfan. I got Ethan Mitchell last night throwing the whole kitchen sink at his opponent there. We got Tom Nolan and the heart and soul Elliot Compton. Look at how we fight. There's a reason from that. We don't go home, lick our wounds, cry sorry, and get everyone to tell us how good we are. Pardon my language, we fucking get in, we get it done. Like, I was just chatting to the doctor, I'm like, I cannot wait to come back from this. I'm gonna be a scary motherfucker.
Well, I mean, look, you're not too beat up. There's a few little bruises and stuff, but you're fine. And at the end of the day, if you wanted to lose an MMA fight, kind of in a way that is, it's a real lesson to, like you said, you're probably going to go away, grapple a little bit more, because you know you can knock out any man alive. Don't want to throw matchups at you, but you know who would have given me a message and said I'm calling out whoever loses. Would you like to have a guess at what name called you out?
Alfred, we're doing this, baby. We're doing this.
Alfred Stoddart. Now, this is the thing. Is that a matchup you want?
Look, I just signed with, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this yet, with a management company. I'll let them announce it.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, you're at the gym and everyone's signed with them. Let's be real.
Right. Well, I just signed with management, and then, again, I'll let them take the steering wheel on that. I'm very confident wherever we go next year, that's going to set me up. I was at the cusp of taking the next step, and being that one fight away from that next call. And I still believe with the good start to next year, I could still be there end of 2025.
You just lost to a guy that was on the Contender Series and will probably be back with that victory. I was just saying, it was such a good night for Rowston because of who he just beat. Yeah. And that is a testament to you and what you've done and what you've built in and out of the cage. I know you don't care too much about this right now, but your brand that you're building outside of the cage is incredible. The way you carry yourself, the way you lead guys like Ethan Mitchell over there. Do not let this get you down, and I know you won't, but you're an absolute stud, mate, and I truly do think that you were going to make it to the next level.
Appreciate it.
Just take this in for what it is. Go enjoy life, be back, and honestly, mate, you're going to make it. I know you will.
Yeah. Thank you very much. 2025, I'll be back, better than ever. Every time you see my name, you know I'm going to throw down like that, no matter who it is. So thanks for having me, man.
And fuck Alfred Stoddart.
Nah. Don't. I'm not. That post that I did of you yesterday, you're not just a chill guy. You're a shit stirrer. Fuck you.
All right, now let's watch your boy, Dom. I think you can stick around if you want. We'll watch Dom Marfan.
I'll drink some water.
Versus Tom Pratt. Dom Marfan's pretty special, though, isn't he?
Oh, mate. The continual progression that guy makes fight to fight. You might not see it in the cage because he doesn't go very, very long, but like he was an accomplished grappler. And he just stood for the first minute and a half striking.
I'm pretty sure he's like, we talk about how good David Martinez was as a grappler. I'm pretty sure every grappling comp I ever see, it's Mr. Marfan standing on the gold.
I know he doesn't compete too often now. Like he's pretty focused on his MMA side and just being accomplished in that. And he's a very regimented athlete. He has his systems intact, and he doesn't want to waver from that too much, and that's why he's the way that he is, and he's so good. So David's an awesome addition to the team as well, jumping between Ignite and Team Compton, so it's good. No
Dom
way.
Marfan, I mean, you're talking
2 minutes in.
Talk about just how good Dom Marfan is. It's just about It's just about over. That's how good he is.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. That's a tap.
Oh, wow.
Watch the scream, watch the scream. Yeah, there it is. He's like a goanna when he gets out there.
Do you think a lightweight championship bout is next for him, or do you reckon he runs it back with someone like Luke Daly?
Yeah, I think he truly doesn't mind who it is. I think no matter who steps in there with him, they know they've got a rough night in the office. And yeah, it's always going to be exciting. For an athlete who loves to take it to the ground, I've never seen the crowd not up on their feet after it. You notice that? Like, a lot of people go to the ground, they mess around. Dom's cutting you, he's strangling you.
He's violent. He's the most violent grappler.
He's dancing in the ring. Oh, man. I'm going to have to give him some lessons.
How does it feel? You just lost, but then you see your teammate do that. Does it immediately feel like it's like going away?
One in, all in. Like, I'm the only one that's lost for the team comp tonight. That's our 4th fight. Like I said, we've had 12 people in camp at the same time leading up to this fight, and the energy in the room has been so good. So, look, yeah, I lost, but I brought a lot to my team. They brought a lot to me, and next year we're just going to come back and do it again. Like, I'm still so young in comparison to where I can be, where I should be. I got a long career. There's no point crying about it. I got big things to come. I'm born for greatness, so I'm not going to sit here and cry about it.
So do you have any advice, before I let you go and celebrate with your team, do you have any advice for fighters that maybe are experiencing their loss for the very first time?
I walk into every fight knowing that I've done everything I possibly can, like everything. So when I get to fight day, it is the best day of the year. I'm so calm, I'm so relaxed. I'm dancing out the back. I'm dancing in the cage. You see me high-fiving.
You're so relaxed.
I've done the hard work. I get to go in there and throw down with some of the best. Win, lose or draw, I'm happy and proud of myself to get to that point. If you can look yourself in the mirror on fight day and say you've done everything, it doesn't matter if you've lost. Go in there, do your fucking thing, pardon my language again, do your thing. And if you lose, it's another chance to go back and grow. It's never a step back. The only time you ever fail is when you stop. Never stop. That's the only way you can look at it. If you sit there and you take every loss so personal, you got a short career.
And in terms of how you go about it, I mean, like I said, you balance your brand, all that sort of stuff. Does it make you go, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have done as many posts this week, or do you care about that sort of stuff? Like, does that get lost in the process?
You can, like, I call it selling my soul sometimes, posting all the shit that I do. But it's when I get that message from someone I haven't seen in 15 years saying, hey mate, it is an absolute honor to watch you and your progress and what you're doing. You've inspired me to get up off the couch and do this. You don't know who's watching you. I don't care if it's your first amateur fight or your 100th. You don't know who's watching you, and you don't know who you're inspiring. As long as you're doing it for the right reasons, like, I'll never apologize for posting things that I do. I got a lot of people that look up to me, and I'm a role model for, and I'm proud of that. And yeah, like, the way I come back from this loss is going to be bigger and better for my brand and the people around me than if I won. So that's the only way to look at it.
It's very inspiring, mate. Now, what do you do now? Yeah, just.
I'm going to go have a shower because I stink.
Yeah, apparently you're the smelliest. That's what I heard.
Oh, bro, I'm not even going to argue. I am the stinkiest man in that room. So I'm going to go have a shower. I'm going to celebrate with Dom, get John Martin Fraser ready for his fight, go see my friends, my family, and yeah, get ready for the next one.
Brother. I'll see you next
Thanks for your time, bro. Enjoy. Good to see you here.
I told you I'd talk to you regardless.
Yeah. You got the loser on. 0 views on this one. See you, mate.
It's all right, brother.
Appreciate it.
You're the man. Keep your head up. Stick around, we'll be talking to Cam Rowston soon. Can you send him after? Yes. Just waiting for Joel Rasmussen to hurry up with Cam Rowston, and then we'll be hearing from the former Dana White Contender Series participant and Blair Bretag fighter Victoria. I don't know if that's words in or English. Look, we'll also hear from Don Marfan real soon, but once again, we've got co-main event coming up, Frank Jankowski, and then Frank Jankowski, and then John Martin Fraser coming up. So big night for Team Compton. It's going to be very interesting in the world of media. Oh, Tim Moore versus Rod Costa. Catchweight bout. They just fought each other. There's Eternal 94 in the Gold Coast. They just had a chat. They just had a bout at Battlegrounds in Guardians. The man, Cam Rowston. Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Thanks for coming. What a setup.
Finally, I get to talk to the man. They seem wet, but I disinfected them. Pull that mic up to you, brother.
Man, I got a fat head. I got to fix this.
Do you finally feel like when, there was 2 years out of the cage before the Contender Series, and then you go on and you put on that display against arguably one of the best middleweights and could have been light heavyweight in Australia? How do you feel, mate?
I was pretty tired after the fight. Took a lot of energy to keep that man down. But I feel really good. I'm on a pretty good high right now.
Well, and initiating the grappling, was that the game plan coming in?
Nah, I saw that look in his eyes. He had that look where he's like, we're gonna sprint until one of us goes down or till the final bell goes. And I looked at him and I was like, all right, we're gonna sprint. He hit me with a good cross. I could see it loading up. And I was like, don't want to eat any more of those. Let's shoot.
Oh, wow. No one ever says that.
I could see him winding it up, so I knew I have pretty good timing. I have a lot of training partners who, they're all strikers. They're Carlos, Izzy, Navajo, all those guys. So if I can time takedowns on them in training, I'm like, I could probably do it in here, so I'll give it a shot.
Your jiu-jitsu looked incredible. Is it something that you have kind of always wanted to sort of show off? I know you've had moments in the past, but you look like a jiu-jitsu practitioner in this one.
Yeah, I've got a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. I started with jiu-jitsu back in Sydney. My old coach, Fabio Glazer, he actually lives up here on the Gold Coast. He's got a gym. I started training with him, old school Brazilian guy. There's no water in training. It'll be 2 hours, 30 degrees on the mat in the gi, no water. We train Christmas Day, Easter. Jiu-jitsu was life for a few years at the start of my career. Yeah, so I definitely felt like I had an edge in jiu-jitsu over Blair.
Well, mate, I mean, you have had a very weird last couple of years. You get the Contenders fight. It's not the fight you want. You then have to compete in anywhere you can. You have your other fight, which, look, guy nowhere near you. You showed that, but nowhere near the sort of caliber. You then get this ultimate challenge where it's like, man, whoever wins this could really be a shot for the UFC. Where do you feel you sit now in terms of the UFC? Do you think you need another couple more regionally, or what's your thoughts?
Going off the history of guys who have gone on to Contender Series and not completely dropped the ball and got knocked out or finished or anything, guys who have had good fights, close decisions, someone like who I've watched closely, Diego Lopez, he lost his first fight on Contender Series. Those guys, they get back in there, they get 2-3 quick fights in a row, kind of like what I have, and then the UFC comes calling in like a week or two before a fight, so I definitely feel like I put my name back in the mix there, showing them that like I'm done now. I'm like, yeah, I had a crack, but I'm still here. I'm still trying to get better. I still want to be in there.
So the final question then is do you want the Eternal middleweight title shot, or do you want to just get the UFC straight away?
Fuck, get me to the UFC. UFC in February, fucking get me in there. I don't want to train for 5 rounds now yet.
Do you know if that's like in talks yet or anything? Like if they said, "Oh, go get a quick couple and come back"?
I've just been told by my manager and my coach 2 to 3 fights before the end of the year, and we're going to roll the dice.
So you reckon you're in?
I pray to Allah. I pray to God. I'm praying, yeah, but I think I've done enough work to get myself in there.
Well, mate, it's an honour to see you fight finally and us to finally have a chat. So I'm glad that you could sort of pull it all together and show everyone just how good you are and why people were pushing for you to go to the Contender Series in the first place. So congratulations, and if there's anything else that you want to say, man, feel free.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, thanks to you and Joel, guys who have been covering MMA here locally for a long time, doing a good job, like helping out the fighters like this, pushing our name internationally. Like, I first started fighting in 2014 on Brace. Remember Brace? Yeah. And we had no media. Brace didn't even do media. They didn't even stream the fights. They will put up a Facebook post or some shit like that. And I didn't even think they had Instagram until about 2016 or something. So yeah, just thanks to you and Joel and all the other guys like Submission Radio as well, who I don't know, they're not around anymore.
No, they're still rolling.
Oh, sorry, one of them.
They
left.
just don't like you guys.
Yeah,
they don't
yeah,
like regional.
Right, yeah. Yeah, just pushing us. So
yeah, congratulations, brother.
Thanks,
I really
bro.
appreciate it. Thank you. Well, anytime, mate. Anytime you want to chat, give me a call.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, bro.
Mate.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, mate, you really did.
I'll find see you in Sydney. Yeah.
See you. I got to prove the other day. I'll be there. And that was, of course, Cam Rowston from City Kickboxing, and he competed in the Dynamite Contender Series. But yeah, now 2 quick victories, and like I said, beating Blair Bretag, I can't explain to you guys just how valuable that is and how impressive that is. So we're just checking out Frank Jankowski looking to defend his flyweight belt here at Eternal MMA at 91. I'm just listening to Joel and Don Marfan have a chat, but Takeshi Taniguchi and Frank Jankowski coming up real soon. So looking forward to that. But like I said, in a very short time, we'll hear from Don Marfan as well. Oh, look at the stare down. Flyweight Championship, Frank Jankowski beat Colton Kilbasa with a beautiful knee. I don't know much about Taniguchi, but I know that Frank Jankowski is special. I hope you can hear Don Marfan. He's having a very passionate interview. Oh, Jankowski. If you're watching the fight, 4 minutes 34, 33, 32, 31, 30 of round 1. Oh, beautiful. Swinging, Jankowski. Getting sort of muscled out. Taniguchi looking very good. Jankowski turning the tables. Oh, beautiful there. It's very high level. These flyweights. Good control there by Jankowski. Oh.
Probably a lot of food. There's going to be a lot of buffets that are going to take my money. It'd be great if we could get a buffet to sponsor me. That would be phenomenal. Because I might go broke. And until I'm in the UFC, I don't make enough of that. But yeah, it'll be a lot of food. Thank you so much.
Hey, Dub.
Mitch!
Lucky last.
Us?
Here you go, sir. Take a seat. The one and only Don Marfan. I got the fights here for you, so you don't have to rush off, you know. Yeah, if you got to bounce at any point to help Mr. Martin Fraser, feel free. Slide that mic up to you.
Hello.
Mate, another dominant performance from the one and only Don Marfan. How did you, is that went exactly how you thought it would go?
Yes. I didn't think it was going to be that quick. I predicted it in my quote. I said, look, either I'm going to destroy him with elbows on the ground, or as he's coming up, I'm going to snatch up a neck. And that's exactly what happened, right? I'll force you to choose which one you want, right? Are you going to risk this submission, this fight ender, or are you going to risk me like breaking your face and cutting you open? And I think especially like after my last fight, I think, you know, people were already thinking about that threat more. Anyone watching the tape is going, like, there's a little bit of extra fear, you know? Like, it's not just, oh, I lose this fight. It's my face gets opened up, you know?
Yeah, no, very much so. Like, I mean, I even put up the Tim Rogers cut that you did, and that's the only one of many that you've done. It's like you are changing faces. You're probably one of the most, me and your teammate Blair Bretag were talking, you're probably the most violent grappler. Do you take pride in that?
Yeah, 100%. I say it all the time. I'm the most exciting grappler in Australian MMA, you know? Like, I want to make grappling great again, you know? Like, I'm not about the lay and pray. I'm about violent. There's a reason why I take someone down, right? It's not so I can win the round. The reason is so I can hurt you really bad, or I can take you out of consciousness.
Yeah, it's very true. I feel like people get misconstrued with thinking like, oh, if you grapple, it's boring. We only want to see strikers. When you watch you grapple, it is more exciting than most people standing.
Yes.
It really, really is. And it's like, in situations with Tom Pratt, who I personally didn't think, like, I think he's going to be great. I think he's really, really talented. But I was a bit surprised that matchup happened. How did the Tom Pratt fight happen? Did you get offered any other names, or how did that situation
we got offered that. Why were you surprised it happened?
I just thought, because you had the Luke Daly fight, I thought maybe that was going to get matched again. I know he had a little bit of shoulder issues, but I think he would have been potentially good to go. I'm not too sure with that. But that seemed more where I feel like, you know, we talk about A-side, B-side type thing. It feels like you had a lot to lose with this matchup, and Tom had a lot to gain as he was making his name off of you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, you know, he's 4-1. Like, he's...
very talented,
you know.
very talented, but just the guy... You've had 2 shots at Quill and Southport, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've been around, you're that guy type thing where I don't think you realise now, like, you're the guy to fight at lightweight that isn't Harry Webb, you know?
Yeah.
So, and the reason why I bring that up...
Yeah.
Because he's the man with the belt, Harry Webb.
Yep.
Is that the fight that's next?
I'm keen on it. Yeah. Look, the only reason I'm reluctant to call for the fight is because, very unfortunately, I've had 2 pullouts in my career, and one was against Harry Webb because I broke my orbital a week out, and then the other was against Luke Daly, his teammate, when I did my rib. Ooh. And it feels disrespectful to call for a fight. I know that if I was one of those guys, and then someone who had pulled out twice on our team started calling me out, I'd think that they're being a fuckhead, you know? Yeah. I'd go, oh, here we go, like another. So look, it's a fight that I'd love to happen, but that's the only reason I'm reluctant to call out for it. It feels disrespectful. And I know he's also coming off an injury. It feels, I don't know, something feels icky about it.
Does it feel like maybe you have to earn it, like fighting Luke Daly first?
To be honest, Luke Daly's, it sounds bad, but like his record doesn't excite me. I think it's going to be. Last time we talked, you said there was a bit of an A-side, B-side thing. Now he's lost since then. It seems like it would only be more A-side, B-side in people's minds. Now, again, I actually do think Luke Daly's got a lot of skills on him.
No, I know,
right?
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
but I think it looks
doesn't
like...
mean I'm not going to spin it, but
take it out of context.
No, but I know what you're saying. Like, businessy wise, profile wise, I get it. But you, more than anyone, respect Luke Daly's ability.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty clear with what you're saying. But you're at an important part of your career where you are almost like, you know, every other great NBA player that had to play against Michael Jordan. You had to play against Quillen Southkill, which is not fair because he'll probably be a world champion. So in that sense, they're the losses that you're sort of coming up against. So unless it's Harry Webb, I don't know who else is there for you in that sense.
I was actually thinking about it the other day, and I'm pretty sure I'd have to check the scorecards, but I don't think I've lost a round to anyone that's not Quillen Southkill since 2019. You know? So, like, all my pro fights, I don't think I've lost a round. I can't pick a single one where I've lost a round. So, look, Quillen's phenomenal. He's in the UFC. I think it's great. Whenever he does well, it makes my stock rise a little bit as well, in a weird way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's exactly where I'm going to be going as well. I'm going to be going to the UFC. There were some things I needed to sort out mentally that were kind of holding me back in fights, and I feel like it's becoming obvious that that's no longer the case. I used to kind of like, you'll see the point in like that Quillen fight where I just switched off. There's a significant point where it's like the lights are on but no one's home.
Yeah.
And it was a problem that used to happen in the training room as well. And I just couldn't get out of it. But I've been working with a mindset coach, Eric Simmons, who's also my original wrestling coach. And we've been working on that problem heaps. We've been trying to get way better at it, and it's pretty much never happening in the training room.
Yeah.
I was just saying in an interview over there, whenever I would start having a bad training session, the rest of the training day was just fucked. Like, it would all go downhill. But that's not the case anymore. I feel like I've mended that issue.
How'd you fix it?
There's different tools that I won't give away Eric's secrets, you know, because like he's looking for different clients and stuff.
A lot like visualization, all that sort of stuff. Like.
Kind of like little, not quite visualization, but little mental tricks, even physical cues that I can give myself to get myself back in the zone, get myself back in the flow state that I practice habitually throughout the camp as like a little bit of a ritual.
Well, who was your coach? Who is he again? So everyone knows.
Eric Simmons.
Yep.
So he was my original wrestling coach. And he was a NCAA D1 wrestler, which is a huge part of my my style, right? You'll see that like my style of wrestling is very riding, very almost American style.
Because you pop out, you always pop out the back, like you like to shuck out the back.
Yeah, and I'm grabbing that wrist, I'm punching, I'm riding them back down. You can see the American folk style influence.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. That's awesome. It's good to see that you sort of like peaking again as well. And like you said, you climb the mountain, get to Quillen, and fuck, then you back down again. Then you climb back up again, you got to Quillen again, you're like, fuck. And then you climb it back up again. And I feel like this is kind of like the real, like I said, the web fight makes a lot of sense. If that doesn't happen, and because I'm unsure of kind of where he's at, I know that he's at least back to hitting pads and looking like a stud like always.
Yeah, right.
And he's fit as anything. But in terms of, like, if he's not available and Dally doesn't sort of have that much interest to you, is there anyone else that sort of you think like that really pops out? Because like I really do mean, I feel like you are at the top now.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying again in the interview over there, I have a list on my phone of a bunch of names, but like they're kind of lost to me at the moment. And I've kind of sent them through to my manager a bunch of times and be like, get me one of these like people. I want to be able to fight them. I'd love to fight like a guy like Becker. Actually, Tom Pratt's cornerman, Blake Donnelly. Yeah. I think that'd be a really cool fight.
That would actually be a great fight.
It's cool as well because, you know, like...
You do deserve that name. That's kind of what I'm getting at as well.
Yeah.
You deserve the Beckers. You deserve the Blake Donnellys.
Yeah.
You deserve that fight. You really do.
Yeah, and he's good. He's been in one of my teammates, David Martinez, twice, you know, and I know David's good. So that's an impressive thing in itself, and I'd love the chance to be able to fight someone like that. I'd really like to fight some of these really high caliber guys before I go international. And I feel like if I keep finishing people fast and like violent like I have been, I don't think it should be too long before I get to go international.
Oh, so you're not trying to rush it. That's really good. That's really smart. I think it's probably part of the whole mental game as well. Right? I think you're doing a really good job of that. Well, I mean, mate, before I let you go, is there anything else that you wanted to say that you didn't get a chance to?
Not really.
Yeah, it's pretty
I'm
hard.
pretty
You're
empty-headed. Yeah.
You say a lot of words.
Yeah. I've said all the things already. So
Said
we're
all the
done.
words.
Yeah.
Well, mate, you bloody deserve it. You're a great dude.
Thank you, bro.
And it's just so good for your team, Team Compton. I reckon you guys should open the doors more often. You guys are a tight-knit team, but you've got a really good vibe there. I really like it. So obviously get around Blair. He fucking fought amazing.
Yeah.
Actually, before I let you go, what's it like when your teammate loses, you win? You're going to go back in like, woo!
Oh, man. I didn't watch the fights. Like, I didn't watch Ethan's fight. I didn't watch Blair's fight. I'm too invested.
Yeah.
And I can't do that when I'm that close to fighting myself. I don't know. I've done it in the past, and I've had like almost massive adrenaline dumps from my teammates winning or my teammates losing, and it gets in my head too much.
Yeah.
So I got to be a little bit selfish around fight time. You know, like I'm kind of when I'm in the warm up room, I'm there for myself. Again, as selfish as that sounds, but whenever. There's plenty of times where I get to come in corner and I get to be like selfless and put myself on the line for the teammates. But whatever I'm fighting, I need to make sure that I'm the only one that I'm focusing on. I will go watch all the fights of like all my teammates before I go to sleep tonight. I've been super eager to, like, I keep picking up my phone to do it and going, no, I told myself I wouldn't. No, I told myself I wouldn't every time. And it's been
well, it worked out. It worked out for you, man.
Yep.
What you're doing is doing really well. So once again, thank you, and we'll chat next time.
Thank you, sir. Us.
Hey, brother. You're the man. I'll take care of that. Go and enjoy. You did about 50 times more media than you did fighting.
What was that? Did you? That was like 40 seconds.
It was. I don't know the exact time, but it was close, mate. And he is very good. Also, be very careful because we're live.
Oh, yeah, actually?
Yeah, we're live. We're live. Yeah,
live streaming.
Yeah,
right.
You're the only guy in MMA that I would have to tell that to. Not that you would ever say anything bad.
I hit myself in the face with the mic at the beginning.
No, that's live.
And I was like, fuck, I hope he edits that out and doesn't stitch me up. But I guess it was live, so it doesn't matter. It's out of your hands.
It's in there. I thought this gave it away that it was live, but no, I guess I should have a sign.
Yeah, right. It's like on Instagram or?
YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I'll put it out later as well. Yeah,
And
but
then
just
we'll put the whole thing out as well. So.
yeah. But good job, mate.
Thank you, bro.
Anytime. Oh, that was Thanks for waiting around.
That's all right. That's my friend Declan. That's my mate, so.
Yeah, Declan's the best.
That's my friend Declan, then.
Fuck. Joel, if you want to come back, you can. I'm just disinfecting it for you, so you don't get staph.
Well, kind of.
Well, that's
He didn't. He wasn't very damaged. You know?
Yeah, but he could still have staph. You know?
That's so true. That is so true.
He's a dirty grappler.
Well, I heard you say, you got to open up your gym to the sunlight to kill the staph off. You know?
I would never. That gym is perfect.
Is it a nice place?
That's beautiful. If you ever get an opportunity, I know we're in the Gold Coast, so a little bit different. If you ever come up to Brisbane,
I want to go to Brisbane so bad.
Team Compton's always good. I think they train on Mondays. They do something where there's like you watch them spar. That's what I was telling you about earlier. Where Aiden Gould was just getting the shit kicked out of him, and that's why he's so good. But yeah, that stuff's super impressive. You watch Elliot Compton, and that's how I found out. So Steve Compton looks like he's just like big muscled, scary guy. He's such a genius. Like when you watch him do the drills, like he's like, all right, guys, 30%, we're doing this. And it's like for like a minute, and then he's like, all right, now we move to this level. Now we move to this level. And it's like, that's why all of them are such elite strikers. It's like they're not just punching each other's head in, you know? But yeah, I haven't watched much of this fight, Frank Jankowski versus Taniguchi. Oh no!
Frank gets dropped against the cage.
Taniguchi I'm really liking. But, you can never count. Oh,
That
he's
was
got meat on
illegal.
the floor.
That's too illegal. People are too confused by what the downed opponent rule means.
He's an inside two. Frank has had issues with his spine before.
Yes,
That he
I've-
had
I've-
in the Drillich fight.
Yes, I spoke to him about
So-
that.
and he
got hit in the groin early in the first round.
Oh, did he?
At the end of the first, he was like tapping his box.
Oh. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Are people?
Yeah, he's hurt. Like, I reckon he's hurt.
Yeah.
Like, proper hurt.
Are people not?
Dunno.
It's feet. It's feet and hands. Anything other than feet and hands, you can't do it.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. I reckon.
I know people are in the moment.
Oh, look at him,
but
wait.
he's like,
He's down all fours.
yeah.
Was that... Did he maybe try and get him in the chest?
Yeah. Or in like the shoulder.
I reckon he's done. Like, just because of his neck.
You reckon?
He's hurt pretty bad.
Yeah.
And he's had those issues before.
True. Was it around the neck?
No, but it
issues?
would've-
I know it's
oh,
the whole
sorry, yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
I know it's the whole thing.
Yeah, it was his neck. I think it was more his neck.
Okay,
Oh,
I
no,
was-
actually would have been... I think it was his lower back. But I know he's had issues with his neck.
Well, it's the whole thing. You can't
Yeah.
mess with any of it. The whole
But
spine you can't mess with.
I reckon if he got kneed, it, like, obviously compressed
Well, it
the
shakes.
spine. Yeah.
It shakes everything.
Look at us, just a couple of doctors.
Yeah, you know who we need to get in on this?
Who?
Sean Gauci.
Is he a doctor?
He's a chiropractor.
That's not a doctor.
But he knows spines, bro.
Yeah. No, that's true. I just wanted to say that chiropractors were...
I know. I knew exactly what you were going for.
That's weird having a fighter as a doctor. That's like when dentists, they're like, I'm a dentist. I'm like,
I interviewed many moons ago, I think it was Diandra Martin. She's a Muay Thai fighter.
Oh, yeah?
And like day job
Dentist.
works as the dentist.
So it removes teeth and then removes teeth.
I said the same thing to her and she was like, ha 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 ha. So many people say that to me. And I was like, yeah, I know.
That's so great. All right, Jankowski's back.
What a trooper. What a guy.
Also, not bad. Both boys are going to get about 6 minutes break.
Yeah.
Because it's only about 15 seconds.
Taking a point. I was going to say, that's the...
you have to.
Well, that's the thing about when there is a timeout like that. It's like you can't you can't just have one person benefit from the rest. You know, you can't be like, you have to keep moving, but Frank gets to stop.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I know, it sucks, but yeah, unfortunately we're fucking this down now.
Oh, look at that. Okay.
If I knew how to, I would do it.
So, in terms of the earlier rounds, has anyone kept a close eye on this fight? Well, who do you reckon's winning?
I think Frank's probably up. I think he definitely took the first two.
And then he probably would have won that third.
And now with a point deduction as well.
It would have at least been...
I'd say probably 9-9 round.
Okay.
Edge that round.
So the unofficial scorecard of 29 and 27 so far. Tell you what, Taniguchi's doing really well though.
Bro, this seat is so moist.
Is it? It's all the different sweat.
Yeah.
But if it's anything like Space Jam, you will become like really good.
Oh!
Yeah, like you'll get the powers of Rowston, Bretag, Marfan.
Marfan.
I think that was it. That's all I talked to. This has been like, so this has gone from like a full live stream where I was like, here's a full show, to it's like, I'm leaving my camera on and doing
Yeah,
interviews.
when I saw you walking around, I was like, oh, is it on? What is going
Yeah,
on?
it's just on now. I just figured out. I was like, look, I'll just record, and if people want to just, like a security camera.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
actually.
Should have jumped in there when you were.
Yeah.
And just started talking.
You could have just talked. You could have just jumped in anyway. That's why I want a big sign to say, like, if seat unoccupied, fill it.
Yeah.
Like, don't care who you are. But I would actually, I would talk to, like, this. Probably not the Gold Coast.
Fine, we don't want you here again anyway.
I wouldn't mind doing it in Perth. Oh, God, I nearly took his head off. Yeah, it's good fun. I think I'd plan it a little bit better. Like, this is fun.
Sorry, mate.
Oh, rude. Alright. This is a very... You know what's interesting? Frank versus Colton Kilbasa. Kilbasa just held him down for like 5 rounds.
Yeah.
That's Frank's game. Like,
Yeah.
Frank is the grappler. Like, so that shows you how good, like, Colton is.
Yeah.
Because of what Frank's doing now.
Colton was meant to be, backstage around tonight. unfortunately, they had an amateur on the card that unfortunately it fell through. But because I've seen him, I saw him in Melbourne last week, and I saw him here again. I've been meaning to talk to him and be like, I know you nearly won isn't nice to hear, but like it has to feel something, you know what I mean? Like you were doing very well in that fight.
Yeah, but he was also like just doing this, which is still very impressive. But it's like, it's that unawarding style.
Yeah.
Where it's like...
It's that American wrestler style. It's just like grinding.
Yeah, but like proper, like it's an American match.
Yeah.
American wrestling match, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it was literally like this.
Yeah.
Which is quite weird that Jankowski's like, let me just do that.
Take a note from that. He's like, damn, that worked. Guess I'll do that.
I love that. I wonder if Jankowski's like super hurt still from that knee.
Oh, you got to imagine.
Because he hasn't been doing this the whole fight, has he?
No, not in the first.
Has he been doing this the whole fight?
There was a bit more backing it up in the first couple of rounds. He was throwing some punches, but slowed it down this round.
It's funny because it sounds like the volume's down, but the crowd is behind us, so it just means they're quiet.
I don't think Frank's got many supporters over here.
No.
Usually when he's in Perth, he's got...
Oh, usually Frank...
Oh, they're separating them.
For who Frank is, like when you talk to him, he is the most mild-mannered, like the nicest, sweetest speaking guy. Sounds like a jockey half the time. You see his fans in Perth, they're rabid. It's almost like a Cody Haddon swing.
Yeah.
Like
that finish that he got against Colton.
Yeah.
Lasser, like the place.
So we're talking about that knee. I literally I actually got out of my chair.
Yeah.
It was oh.
Big knee from Taniguchi
He
there.
really is, man.
But Jankowski's back right on it, grinding against the cage in the corner at the moment.
I reckon he's hurt, yeah.
He's back on those hips.
I reckon he's like, he like felt it a
Yeah.
lot, and he's just like, I've just got to find a way out of this.
Yeah. Well, look, he's got one. I suppose Taniguchi's fighting. I was going to say, he's kind of just got like one hand off.
And that style, like, for Taniguchi is like hard to deal with. Like, just that grinding. What was your thoughts talking to Rowston?
It was good.
Yeah, it's my first time like having proper chat with him.
It was good. He seemed, admittedly, when you grab someone weigh-in day,
yeah,
they can be like, not flat, but, not intense. He was like, I asked him about the big mark on his head, and he's like, they told me out the back that that strike would have killed 3 regular men. I was like, this is sick.
That's also true.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, but I'm no regular man.
But that's like Blair Bretag at like weigh-ins. You wouldn't even think he cut weight. He was just like so
dude,
happy.
he was chilling.
He's a great dude. I love Blair. I really do. I think he's got a good brand.
How was he? How was talking to him?
Yeah, great. And I had fucking all the credit in the world. Imagine losing and going like, let's fucking have a chat.
To see
like,
you.
Yeah, to me, of all people, who immediately was like, so Alfred Stoddart wants to fight.
Yeah, I heard.
Which is true though. And that's going to be a banger of a fight.
I didn't know if it had wrapped up you talking to Blair before, like I was done talking to Cam, and I was actually prepared for you to be like, Blair, please leave. I need to talk to your opponent.
I was getting close. I was a bit scared because I was like, that's a real dick move to be like, see ya. Jeez, this is yeah.
He's winning the rounds. People might not like it, but he's winning the rounds.
I reckon he's hurt.
Yeah.
He's more hurt than he's letting on because his entire style has dropped. He's definitely getting outstruck, I reckon.
Yeah.
I like Taniguchi though.
Yeah, man.
And this is I mean this in the most respectful way possible. This is Drilich's belt.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, that lays over any belt
It doesn't
that
matter.
gets vacated.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what Frankie does until you beat Drilich. You ain't it. You ain't the champ. And especially because they've already fought. Yeah, so there's that as well. So look at Taniguchi. He's fucking his little G.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, speaking of like commentators' curse, do you reckon we're going to see a reverse Kielbasa?
I almost wanted to say that earlier, but I didn't want to say that.
Wait, do you reckon it's the other way around? Because Frank's up the card. Yeah, Frank's up. and then
And Taniguchi's been landing those knees.
yeah, can you imagine? Like that's proper hammer nail stuff. Flyweight fights always. Remember the last flyweight fight that did that last time? Oh, were you? No, you weren't there. That wasn't the one you were there for.
Which one?
I was thinking of if you were there at the Kielbasa Frank one.
I was at that.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how like it just got the energy just got kind of like
Zapped
sucked
out of the room,
yeah.
and then anytime Frank did anything, it like shot back
yeah.
up.
Yeah, and then he got taken back down. Everyone's like,
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Ooh,
it's
go for
funny-
a judo throw
It
there.
was funny. The same people would be that were going like, stand him up. Would have been like, good job, Frank. Keep going.
Yeah, here they'd be like, keep him down.
Don't stand him up.
High level grappling.
Oh, so now Taniguchi's doing it to him. I feel like as flyweights, you shouldn't be allowed to do this. Like you shouldn't have to just like rock 'em, sock 'em.
Yeah.
Like it's like a little flyer. Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt.
Oh, it's
He's
big shots. He
hurt.
has to move.
He's got to move. That
Jankowski
was,
taking big shots there from Taniguchi.
Once again, my phone went off, and this is like because I've got Eternal MMA notifications on.
Yeah.
And it was like Eternal just made a post, and I was like, "Oh no, someone's won."
We know the outcome.
But I forget we're live in the venue.
Yeah. You'd hear the crowd say something.
I think there is like a half a second between what we're watching and the crowd. 'Cause
Yeah.
I do hear them pump up a little bit.
Yeah.
How is it so? Oh, beautiful trip. How is it so one guy up against the cage? He gets one guy up against the cage. I was going to turn out. That was a bad move, I think.
Gets the double.
Do you know what I mean? It's just one guy controlling.
Yeah.
Then one guy controlling. There's not even like a grappling exchange.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fine. Is that please?
Taniguchi says no.
Is he talking to the corner? Yeah, he's talking to Frank's corner. I really like him. I'll repeat that. The guy in the bar says he's making symbols, which was racially funny. But yeah, no, Taniguchi, remember at the weigh-ins? He was like kind of doing something with like tea. Like he was like,
Yeah, it was like.
what was he saying?
I assume that might be a big reference to a crazy Hawaiian, the power slapper. I'm gonna eat like your shots, I think is what that's meant to be.
Oh, really?
I would have to assume that, or I'm gonna like eat you for breakfast type thing. He was doing like that. I know I keep doing it.
It looked like he was stirring a pot. And I was like, is it?
Was it stirring or was it
I
up?
think he was stirring then up.
Yeah.
Oh, they've stopped him again.
Damn.
I think
I'm actually kind of surprised by that, deciding to stand him up there.
at some point, if you get 3 stand-ups in a round, I'm not saying this is happening. I'm saying if you get 3, you get told to stand up in a round, like you got to lose a point or something.
They just turn it stand and bang rules.
Yeah, or like
go
you
into the
lose
settings.
the fight because it's clearly going like because they're clearly going you are not fighting. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think it. Oh no, I get what you mean.
Oh! You roll with it.
I think it kind of depends. Well, not really, because they're not standing up someone when they're in a bad position. Like they're not
That's true.
they're not punishing you. You're in a bad position. Move.
No, but it's like if I'm winning the fight and I just stand there, like you know, like Anderson Silva versus Damian Maia at UFC 118. When
Yeah.
he was just kind of clowning, and the ref was almost like,
Please do something.
I guess you still can't because you're not losing the fight,
Yeah.
and you're yeah. Okay, forget I said anything.
No, like I understand it. I really do. But also, like, if you're on bottom, get up.
Yeah.
But I do absolutely understand what you mean.
Taniguchi's doing a bit of the old Volk. Oh, that's back of the head.
Yeah.
Does he know the rules? What was that?
I don't know if the ref asked, was that back of the head, and then Frank said no, it wasn't, because Frank shook his head. I don't know if he was saying no, it was fine, it wasn't, because then the ref went up and did like the strip down the back of the neck, went like that on him.
I don't know what he's
I understand like that's whatever, like doing that, and it's cool and it's like boastful, but in my humble opinion,
No, Frank's corner is right there.
yeah,
So he's not talking to his corner.
I think I don't know if he's talking to the crowd or what. I don't know what
He
he's
must be
doing.
talking to the crowd.
But like in my opinion, I think Frank has won the fight.
Oh, easily.
I don't like getting taken down and getting sat on top of and then being like, bro, you aren't winning.
Yeah, I don't understand.
You know, from what I saw, of course, we're doing interviews and stuff. We don't have. Hands up, hands down.
Someone asked about Blair Bretag fighting. He's already fought. It's on UFC Fight Pass. I won't spoil it for you. Just get UFC Fight Pass, Eternal MMA 91, and just rewind, and you can watch it.
Rewind or the replay. The replay is available pretty quickly afterwards because we're about to head into the main event.
Isn't it normally just like up? Like when it's up, it's up?
Yeah, so like you can replay it pretty soon. The prayer hands.
Here's a question.
Yep.
Where do you think
might have an answer?
Where do you think, or do you think Eternal should change their belt at any time? Do you know the UFC has done it?
Yes, I personally like when a company's belt doesn't just look like the UFC belt with a different logo on it.
It's true.
I really don't like that. I'm like, this is lame.
I also like silver, and Cam's not going to like why I like this reason. I like it staying silver because it's the second last thing you do before you go to the UFC. Like, do you know what I mean? It's the last thing you do.
Yeah.
So it is you've won, but you've won silver.
Yeah.
Like your big show, but you still need to go to the UFC. And then that's what I like about it.
Something about the Eternal belts, the side plates.
Yeah.
I would like them to look a little bit different.
Yeah, it's fair.
They're just blank.
Yeah, it's true.
It almost seems like when I see that on a belt, I see blank side plates. I think they want to engrave like every person who's held the belt, but evidently not.
They should do the little, the jet like engraving, and you get like a photo on it.
Yeah.
It's their face.
Them hitting the thumbs up. Split decision.
What's a draw? What? 47, 47, 49, 45.
And no.
Far out. That's the work. That's a horrible decision. I mean, I'm not exactly watching these fights in depth, but I think that's a bad call. Cam O'Neill just struggling to put the belt on. Interesting. Thank you. What's the guy that was like, thank you, please? Like, where is that guy?
What is it? Thank you very much.
Yeah. I like him though. He's a character. You know I like characters.
Who doesn't like characters?
Matt Bones looks like a pimp.
He's missing the chain.
He literally looks like an alleyway pimp. That is... That's crazy. Interesting. I'm really perplexed by that. I think it was a really bad decision. I mean, I'm sure everyone will call me an idiot, but Did you have to make a new post, or do you already? Speaking of the Southern Cross Combat, if anyone wants to check out Joel's stuff, you can.
Yes, at Southern Cross Combat. No, I make both.
Do you make them pre?
Yes.
Do you upload them and put them in drafts?
No.
You gotta get better.
Yeah, that might be the next step.
It's the next step, mate. I upload them all.
Yeah.
To have them ready. So if you go into my drafts, it's
just
basically
post.
No,
it's the alternate universe.
Yeah. So it's the alternate of like guys. So it's quite funny. I like Taniguchi though. Like, I didn't like that fight at all. But he'll be a fun champion. I know he's based here now, but like 2 champions from of Asian descent. Is that the right thing to say?
Yes.
So there's bantamweight guy. What's his name again? Beat Costa.
Oh yes. That's an excellent question. Yuto something, I believe.
Yuto. Kato. Sato. No, it's not.
No, not Sato.
Okay, guys, stay with me.
But yes. But
Well, nah. Don't. Let's go.
But Taniguchi's based out of here now, right?
So I was just making the.
Yeah, we're just making faces to people.
I don't know what everyone thought I was doing. I was looking at Kevin Cophamel and I was going, no, I don't agree. But then I don't know if Vendy saw me and thought I was going like, no, you're not going to win. So I got a little scared for a second. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong. Look at this. And like, if you do, maybe like, there's no real damage, but do you know what I'm saying? Like looking at the stats.
Well, with a point removal as well, you have to take that in consideration.
So 47-47, both judges. So that judge would have said it would have been 48-47.
Yes.
So then I'm saying 2 judges are wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
I actually probably shouldn't have commented, but still, just from what I saw.
Yeah.
And like, I'm a big believer in, and I understand that this is not liked, but if you hold a guy down, ground control, don't do anything, and he cuts you in 5 seconds, but you hold him down for 4 minutes 55, I still think the guy that holds him down for 4:55 should win.
Oh, we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, well, I think everyone else is going the opposite these days with me.
Yeah.
I still think if you get a takedown, you win the round. Like, it's that. So I know it's like a bit old school thinking, but that's just kind of how my brain is wired to watch a fight. Is like, if you're throwing strikes from the bottom and cutting them up, but you're on the bottom, for some reason I still think you're losing. And you can think I'm an idiot, and that's fine. But like, that's just kind of how I look at it.
Vendy looks mean.
Oh, he's fucking terrifying.
He's a scary man. When at the weigh-ins, as far as I know, as far as I can think back in my mind of 2 years of being in the scene,
yeah,
the only person who I've seen at a weigh-in go up, do the weigh-in, and people in the crowd, like other fight people, go, oh.
Yeah.
He went up and he went like that, and he flexed his back, and the crowd went, oh.
Bro, everyone, he's built like a fucking rig. Like, he literally looks like gravel in a Ziploc bag. Like, he is just... Oh, yes, I made the intro. It was me and George Acosti just going, and he retires. I was really stoked about it. I felt really like, when I saw it, I was like, oh.
They still care.
I was like, they still care.
There's still part of me that's there.
Oh, just love it. Don't you find it poetic that the man that handed back the belt is walking out with the man who's about to try and win the belt?
Of course. It's the only way it could be more poetic would be if at some point it had flipped and John beat. If John had beaten
like Zing getting him
Ben,
back,
and then it's I'm here to avenge, you know?
Yeah. I do like that as well. I like a good avenge.
The avenge, yeah.
Has there been any... John is fucking scary.
But in a way, like... For John, it's almost that avenging. It's like, this is the next best thing I can do.
I beat your son.
He's beat the next guy who's on the come up, the young guy who's on the come up. It's the next thing I can do.
But it's like he's like, I'm gonna hurt you this way.
Yeah.
Like you took it for me as a like Brogan Anderson's here too. So gotta watch that. He sparked Stoddart. Love you, Stoddart. I really do. Fuck, he's so good.
After that performance, I thought he would be fighting for the title again. John.
I would like to see John Fraser versus Kit Campbell again. That's a hidden fight. I don't think people realise was such a banger of a fight. I think that was the same card. I could be wrong. So that was the same card Jack Jenkins beat Pereira.
And then it's a thing that, you know, it's a big ifs, and, you know, there's things that can still happen. But a week after Kit Campbell becomes 3-time champion, John Fraser has the opportunity to become 3-time champion.
Oh, that is actually pretty cool. Are you going to talk to Taniguchi?
Yes.
Alright. I possibly... You can chat to him first if you want. It sounds rude, but like... I don't know.
No, I get it.
I don't know, what am I going to say? Like... I'm being very biased here, but like... Yeah, I don't think you won.
I'll jump out either way, and then maybe halfway through this I'll jump back in.
Yeah, no, sure. Yeah, suck it there.
Won't step on the headphones this time. You know, was it hard to fix?
No, I just plugged it back in.
Alright, man. Well, I thought I did it. But...
No, you like twist it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
I twisted it the wrong way.
Yeah, it's a weird.
Bro knows the spot.
It wasn't you. It's the headphones.
If I had $1 for every time.
Oh, let's go. Fucking go! Here we go, Darcy Vendy. Darcy Vendy versus John Martin Fraser. This is going to be special. UFC Fight Pass, Eternal MMA 91. I mean, Darcy Vendy, one of the most hyped up men from the start of his career to the end. The man is built like a Greek god. Darcy Vendy has been in line to be a champion since he first started this. Holds a victory over Jack Della Maddalena. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. Be it all a little while ago, but Vendy has been on a mission. He's had a unique path to victory and to championships, but now he gets to take on the man who's looking to become a 3-time middleweight champion. Look at him, man. He is built out of brick. Shout out who the fuck boys. Oh, sorry. Who the fuck are these guys? Mako and Sharko. As a reference to yesterday. Who the fuck boys? Go check them out. They are. Who the fuck are these guys? Great podcast. Really good. A lot of fun. Talked to a lot of Australian MMA guys. And friends of the pod don't lose. Trying to steer a hole through him. John Martin Fraser will. Ah! Jesus. .32 is Martin Fraser, 29 Darcy Vendy, both 6 foot. Darcy with the longer reach, 6'2" on the reach, and he weighed in at 83 kilograms, 84.1 for John Martin Fraser. Darcy Vendy built like a brick shithouse. John Martin Fraser is an intense individual. They both do not like each other at all. John Martin Fraser really dislikes Darcy Vendy. I guess you guys might just be watching it with me. John ILO. Is that a tan line on Mr. Vendy from a heart rate monitor? Probably how he stays so fit. Taniguchi doing a great interview with Southern Cross Combat. What is a usurper? Oh, good. Team Compton and Oasis. His gym is Oasis. That's good. That's John Martin Fraser's new gym. Go check it out. And obviously training out Team Compton. Oh. How was it? It sounded funny.
Yeah, it was. Taniguchi
sounds funny.
It was good. Yeah, I mean, he was saying that thing we were talking about. Yeah. It was tea. It's going to be like a cup of tea. The fight's going to be like a cup of tea. It's going to be an easy fight, is what he was saying.
Oh, it's hot.
So true. You're so real for that. One thing before we get into this fight, because I know we're going to be giving it our full attention. I interviewed the interim welterweight champion, Stephen Costello, and he talked about how he knows Alan Philpott. Same region. I was a post I made about John Martin Fraser got liked by the UFC gentleman, the Welsh gangster. Oh. And it does not go well for my stereotypes to be like, I guess everyone from the same region just knows each other.
Love that.
Yeah, I was like, all right, I guess they're friends.
Oh, he's loading up the Welsh whip. Oh,
he's going to put Welsh before everything.
No, he's like, I called it this ages ago, and then John Martin Fraser ran with it. He does this little skip where he throws the left, it turns into like a left hook. And he does it, it's like a really good skip. Man, I'm so pumped for this fight.
Dude.
Vendy has been like the most intriguing character for the longest time.
Yeah.
Of like everyone, he could have been fighting for a belt like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And it just never, something. And he cops a lot of shit for that when he says he thinks he could have beat Kamaru Usman in his prime at training. But.
Where did he say that?
It's in a post-fight interview.
Okay, because people have been sending me that quote, being like, can you believe he said this? And I'm like, where did he say it?
But if you don't think like that, how are you supposed to try and fight John Martin Fraser for the belt. Like, do you know what I mean? You got to think like that. And also, if you talk to a lot of people, he's probably good. Like, apparently he's that good in the training room.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's not where you do it. You do it here. So
Well, that's part of it, isn't it? Is being
John's
able-
not happy. He's like, let me go.
Yeah.
He's going to break. He's going to throw off the break. Oh, turn him. Turn him.
The crowd's oddly quiet. I think everyone's just like intently watching.
Yeah. Well, you know, the flyweight bout kind of sucked the energy out.
Yeah.
It's a very tough, like, energy grinding position they're both in. Which I guess what you kind of want to do if you're either of them. Take the power out.
Well, what I wasn't aware of, and I realized this, I think, earlier this week, I thought because this was a main event, I thought this fight was going to be 5 rounds originally. Apparently it wasn't. Apparently it was signed at 3, upgraded to 5 when the title got involved.
Really?
So, I know, right? I thought because of the main event...
I guarantee you, Darcy would have known about the belt. Like, Darcy would have known about the belt a long time ago.
But if you know, it has been turned into a 5 on relatively short notice, I suppose zap the other guy's gas tank is a pretty good, like...
Do you reckon that's some gamesmanship too? Like, maybe old Benny didn't do it, right?
Didn't tell
John.
John.
So then Mark, he's landing some hard shots. And then,
I don't think Benny would do that.
Nah, but
run with it.
Tell you what,
Make the post, Mitch. Make the post.
Darcy's looking stronger.
Yeah.
He's landing some shots against John. Like I said, I cannot hype Darcy up enough. Like, I don't think people realise, that
Beautiful
clean.
body kick.
Darcy's like, like
So fast.
Oh, beautiful short elbow. John Fraser, what do you got?
There's always a different feeling before the main event. Like, the fight always feels like this is what we're here for, you know?
Interesting. Yeah, no, exactly. This fight means a lot.
Yeah.
I reckon winner fights. I'm gonna be honest here. I reckon winner fights Rowston in Sydney.
That's the interesting thing.
He talked about getting the UFC beforehand. I don't think he will.
Yeah.
I think he needs one more.
And it's interesting they put out that Myers video earlier today.
Oh yeah, but that's March. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe it won't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, John's hitting him
John's
hard.
got that close clinch boxing.
So strong. I actually watched them train at Team Compton, and Blair looked like he was like piecing John up a bit. Not to, it's one day, it's one time, it's one moment. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, that's kind of why I was hyping up Blair as well, like just how fluidly he moved and all that sort of stuff. And he looked so much bigger than John.
Well, John did say to me he believes the 2 best middleweights in the country are him and Blair.
Yeah, well, up until Rowston. And even then, like...
He's in New Zealand.
It's a fair point.
Technically different.
Oh, it's about to be the end of the round. That was...
Darcy, the way Darcy just turned and walked to his corner.
Darcy's very, like, emotionless in this. Look at him. He's a fucking robot.
He's a killer.
But, like, John's got a little bit more hate in this. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, even at the weigh-ins, like, Darcy was laughing.
Yeah.
I mean, backstage before he walked out, Darcy was fucking pumped. He was, like, punching the wall and shit. It was crazy. I feel like Darcy's doing the right thing. I mean, there's no real danger there, but I would say if I had to score it, I'd give it to Darcy that first round. But not a judge, not a ref.
Yeah.
Or a good fighter. So Benny Johnston, shout out to the clean, bald head. Is Steve Compton in the corner? Or is that just Ryan Doyle?
Definitely Ryan Doyle I saw.
And Don Marfan.
Definitely Don Marfan.
Yeah, I'm always interested to see who...
Corners who?
Yeah, like I would have thought Blair would have been there.
Yeah.
Because he's like same weight.
I'm always interested in that stuff too.
Do a little shuffle.
Do the whip.
Oh, he's landing that body kick. Darcy's looks quicker. Oh!
Darcy said something to him there after he had that shot.
Oh, yeah, slip.
Slip.
John can just like kill anyone.
Dude, it's so scary. You ever think that when you're doing interviews? Where like, if you sit like in person, when you're sitting across from someone, you're like, dude, you could just blast me in the hell.
I did an interview at Scrappy MMA at like 11 a.m. on a Tuesday with John Martin Fraser, and no one else was in there, and basically all the lights were off. I was like,
horror movie.
I was like, this man
Horror movie.
I was like, he could kill me right now if he wanted to. He doesn't like that head position.
And no one would find the body.
Darcy's doing such a good job at driving that head up. Look at it into the chin, making it so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Throwing those knees in the body.
He is doing a lot to that body. It makes me think he's looking to maybe zap the gas tank a little bit.
I feel like Darcy, even just right now in this little situation, Darcy's doing a really good job at proving to everyone why he was so hyped and sort of like his way of going about fights.
Yeah, well, look at him.
Because it made sense. What they said, and I know everyone doesn't agree, but what I heard is that, that he was taking some fights to kind of like rebuild the record because he knows after John Martin Fraser, there's no one really left to fight. And he's kind of got a point because if he beats, I mean, the middleweight division's getting thicker and thicker each month. But like, if Darcy wins, he's got Rowston maybe, and then...
And Matt.
Oh, Matt, yeah, actually, sorry, Matt Myers back. So this is probably the right time. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is that where before it might not have been? I know people don't agree with that. I'm not saying I agree with it or I don't, but like I can understand the process.
Darcy's still getting those knees up into the body.
I was going to say, especially when you have someone like Ben Johnston who got kind of screwed by the UFC.
Big
that
over.
was hard.
But then Fraser
back.
responds, and coming over that elbow too.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, dude, this is just dirty boxing match.
Oh, this is great. So rock 'em, sock 'em. Oh, nice duck under. Darcy's so overwhelming. Jeez. Oh, a little shoulder. Oh, nice short elbow. Oh, he got him. He cracked him. Oh, I think Darcy's hurt. Darcy's hurt. Darcy's hurt. Yeah. Oh, he's cracked John.
There it. I think that was the whip you were talking
A
about.
little Welsh whip, a little drive-by. That's how he knocked out Candiata and Brogan Anderson. Oh,
clean on the
stiff.
chin there.
Oh, John's getting the better of this, I reckon. Smart by Darcy, stuffed by John. Minute 53, 52, 51, 50. Oh, he clipped him. Oh, nice over the top. Oh, beautiful. They're just taking it in turns. Any man could go down at any time. Still 90 seconds to go on the round.
And what a fight where we're talking about the crazy striking exchanges, but they're like a foot away from each other in the clinch.
Oh,
like this isn't like you were saying they're rock 'em, sock 'em, but it's not the like bite down on the mouth guard and throw.
No, that head, I'll tell you what.
It's all dirty. It's all, I'm going to hit you with an elbow as you exit. You give me an inch of space, I'm hitting you with something. That's all it is. It's disgusting.
I've never seen a head position do so much damage in a fight.
Yeah.
Oh, he was short on that one. Oh, John with the uppercut. Stiff jab. Oh, good knee. Oh. Oh, beautiful. Oh. Every time I think one guy's hurt, the other guy hurts him
Rocks the other one back, yep.
There's 5 rounds, but it's the last 5.
Oh.
So it could be up to 25. Yeah.
So look at this head position, right? So John's fine, and then when Darcy starts driving the head in.
Darcy like drags it across like in a U.
Yeah.
He'll go down and then across the jaw.
It's the worst spot to be in. Oh, good shoulders.
A little bit of that Conor McGregor. How's that clavicle?
Yeah. So look at the strap mark around Darcy.
I wanted to bring that up at the weigh-ins. I'm assuming that's
the size of his back.
I'm assuming that's like you have one of those things attached to you when you run.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think
Yeah, is that what that is? Yeah.
John's looking slim.
He is.
Darcy's looking jacked.
Yeah.
I don't mean this accusatory, but Darcy looks juiced. Like, that's how jacked he is.
He is a big boy.
He's
As I said before, the only time I've ever seen at a weigh-in someone get up there and flex and the crowd goes, oh. And that's the crowd of his peers. That's people who are in the MMA game. It's not like an open thing.
If you're watching this, go to Australian MMA _ on Instagram and look at my post and look in the comments. I'll show you the comment. I can't mention. Funny.
Very funny comment.
Very funny. Very funny. He's like, does it all the time. The other day he was eating bums. All right, round 3. John Martin Fraser, Darcy Vendy, Eternal MMA 91 for the middleweight crown here in the Gold Coast. You're syncing it up, 455, 454, 53, 52, 51. I reckon John wants to keep distance from my armchair expertise.
Yeah, well, we've seen Darcy is shooting in on those shots.
I just don't think it's a position that John really wants to be. He's probably almost going to take the centre. Oh,
I'd like to see some more centre because it's been so much on the fence.
Oh, he's hurt.
Oh, there we go. Darcy's beginning to tee off, but Fraser stays composed.
That's that.
See, and then there's that short up.
Does not mean anyone at any given moment. You think someone's in. Oh God. Oh!
Big head kick. John stays on his feet, but he's rocked.
Darcy Vendy. Oh, again. Oh, John is as tough as they come. He's got to move. He's got to move.
Yeah, Darcy's teeing off.
He's got to move.
John's firing back.
This could be it. Oh, there's a huge shot.
Down goes John Fraser. And new
Darcy Vendy is for real.
Whew.
No one does that to John Fraser.
Yeah, he seemed to go out. He was off his feet.
The hype is real.
Ooh.
Holy smoke. The usurper. He is mad. Look at him. Look at him.
I feel so weird right now. Because I'm happy for Darcy. I'm so happy for Darcy. But, like, I see that and I'm just like, John's got a baby on the way. You know? It's such a weird feeling.
Oh, Vendy's...
I like both guys so much.
I mean, John's such a gangster, will fight anyone. Jesus
this just makes me
Christ.
sad.
He was out from that head kick. That is such a huge shot.
But I'm happy for Darcy. And as we've thought, that's such a big step for his career, you know?
He can finally, it's the same thing we're saying about Rowston. It's the thing where he can finally go, stop telling me I'm ducking people, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not that good. That one's going to sting for John, though. John fucking hates Darcy. Like you said, I feel for John, but man, how good is that?
It's something that I like, being able to talk to the guys about their life outside of fighting, but then you learn about their life outside of fighting, and then that's what flashes through your head when you see, beautiful touch of gloves there. I really like that.
They'll be fine now. Like, that's the other thing.
They left it all in there.
Darcy Vendy. Fuck, he looked great.
Ate some shots, proved that he's tough. Honestly, you're so right. It's a very similar to Cam Rowston performance, a real kind of coming out.
No one puts John Fraser to sleep.
No.
Tell you what, Cameron Neal's going to work on his belt wrapping skills. He's been very loose all night.
Need to get smaller belts then.
What's he going to say? Look at him. Built like a brick shit house.
Dude. He has like the build.
Looks like a bodybuilder. He's a really nice guy. I know like a lot of people like tick some people off, but he's actually like a really great guy.
Yeah.
At least he has been to me. Yeah, it's good for Benny. I feel good for Ben. That's going to be a weird moment for him.
Yeah. We're just intently listening at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Matty Bones. The old sponsor right out.
Yeah, of course. You ever have... Hello.
You gotta be careful there, eh? You think they will fall over.
That was weird.
Shout out to that guy. That's probably the guy who was talking about how they were making symbols. That was probably the symbols man.
Is he calling for sponsors? That actually reminds me of a great time to thank Vex. PRP, love them.
Is there ever, you ever do like post-fight interviews where people in your interview thank the sponsor?
Oh, so they've got a really close relationship too.
Yeah, they're teammates.
He's gonna cry. Oh, John's gonna cry. That's so cute. That's
He
so
looks like
cute.
he's reacting to you. He's saying, no, I'm not. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to cry. Yeah,
Daddy,
exactly.
Daddy Ravioli. Look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, so cute. Who? It's a great call, Mike. He does. He looks like a supermodel.
Yeah.
Like a... Not in that photo.
Photo, but in real life.
We're all the other way around.
Yeah. It looks like a model on that shirt. Like, the shirt they've got it in. It's like, this is a little bit Photoshop. Yeah, it's awkward.
Yeah, when you see him walk out, like when you see him at weigh-ins, if you're at weigh-ins, he was like jacked. And we, like, even everyone in the crowd was like, when he like flexed, we were all like, oh.
Everyone made a noise out loud. Everyone went, ooh.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
like, jeez.
Yeah.
Nah, he looks so it's fine.
No ground control time. That's what I love about Martin Fraser.
But yeah,
just look at the percentage. 96 of 129.
Yeah. But yeah, in your interviews, do you ever have fighters thank sponsors? In a couple post-fights it happens, if they forget to do it in the cage. And I'm like, I have no problem with it, but I always want to be like, not that many people are watching it compared to out there, bro.
Nah, you still don't thank them.
No, of course.
Pay the bills, you know? Fuck, that was... John Martin Fraser too feels like a real, like, eternal boy. I think that's why it feels weird as well. Like, man, well, that does it for a little Fight Companion-y live stream. 2 nights. Thank you for joining me, Jolie. It was
thank you for having me.
Pleasure.
It was really fun.
Southern Cross Combat, go follow them, go check it out. I say them because people also go like, oh, I love you guys at Australian MMA. I'm like, yeah. Like, it's not just me.
Yeah.
But that'll do it for the official. And
One-man armying it.
Hopefully when Darcy comes by, we'll have a little chat.
Yeah, Darcy should be out soon.
Go from there.
Yeah. And
geez, what a night. Let's watching the replays.
Yeah. Who knows if we do... What a weekend. You know?
It really was. It really was a good one. I'm really glad I did it.
As in this or as in just made it up?
No. Both.
Yeah.
Like, it's good to get to Gold Coast, you know?
Yeah, it's always nice to come into an area where you don't, at least for me, like I don't know that many people.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, cool. Find out what these people
Both
are
cards
about.
have been full of finishes, haven't
Yes,
they?
yes.
Oh.
For a show that like has to start on time, it also feels like it has to end on time, you know? Because everything like bang, 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 bang finishes.
I feel like the flyweight division needs Drillich and Gauchi back.
Yeah.
Because both of them just keep doing the decisions. You know? Hey!
You happy with that?
Yeah, are you telling him though that you're the champ still?
Hey, bro.
Are you telling him that you're the champ still?
I said to him, he was always meant to be him, bro. I just got in first. I'm telling you, I just timed it right. Glad he came to my gym and not somebody else's gym.
Mate,
I would have to fight that prick.
Yeah, that UFC dream would have been over ages ago.
It's like we can pretend.
Oh, mate, that's quality. Oh. I like the 3-man booth.
Yeah?
I'm a big fan of the 3-man booth. That's a complete side note here, but yeah. Tanera Nathan, Matt Bones. Why did they change who did post-fight?
I don't know why, but I don't know. Before it started, MCT was talking and he was like, yeah, I can do post-fights last night, but not tonight.
So later, Mr. Treher, Eternal MMA Insiders.
Pleasure to meet you.
I started that podcast, just thought I'd tell you.
Yeah, I think I've seen you in some of the...
Because me and Benny Vickers used to do it.
Yes, I forgot that there was...
Mate, you should see, like, going back, you should see some of the guys, like, we had. It was, like, Dan Hooker. It was, like, Jack Della. It was, like, when they were, like, no ones.
Yeah, of
so
course.
It was quite funny. We had Justin Van Heerden at, I think it was, like, 2-2. And the main thing we were talking about was, like, that he had a Mario tattoo. Like, that was, like, the main thing we were talking about. And then he turned into, like, everything he is now.
Yeah. Who would have guessed that these years later you would still be talking to Justin Van Heerden?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I find crazy. Like, it was him versus, I think, Pereira or something, like the first fight.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started, I was so unimpressed with guys that were like, I know it sounds dumb, but I was so unimpressed with guys that were like 2-0, 3-0. I was like, why are they getting fights? Like, is that this thing? Because you're so used to UFC.
Yeah.
I think guys are like 20-10, like 20-5, and it was like, it was just weird. I just remember it was a weird time because I was like, I think Mitch Martin was fighting, he was like 3-0 or something. I was like, oh, why is he getting a title fight? Where now, if you're 3-0, like Harry Webb, like he's like the best we've got, biggest star, and he's like 5-0.
Yeah.
That's what I find funny.
Well, it is, and it's funny how those slight changes in record can mean so much. I've had conversations with people about that, about like 5-1's a really good record, whereas 4-2 is not very nice.
No.
And it's like that slight change is like, oh.
Yeah, like 5-2 is nice. 4-3 is weird.
Yeah, exactly. That's a way better example. Yeah, of like, yeah. Or like, oh.
5-3 is very odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then
What's that
4-2.
Vendy's record heading into that?
Yeah, 6-3 all of a sudden looks really good.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what an interesting time.
It's funny how it all is, isn't it?
Yeah.
The game is so much both what you can literally do, but also like perception.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I have to pack all this up.
I do not envy you.
Yeah, I just thought about it. It's not looking good. But this is what I was saying. Like the live stream is like, probably stops now, right? Like, as in like, there's no value, right? It's not like we're watching anything. But I've got to record like a couple interviews, so just like let it roll.
Yeah, of course.
It's
Then
real weird.
you can just cut it up.
Maybe someone wants to watch it live. Maybe someone's like, let's go. Gotta hear Mitch's live stream because like maybe he's talking like the live press conference.
Yeah. Ask them stuff that you know they'd have to cut out. Ask all the hard questions.
Yeah, that's probably the other thing that's quite fun is like if you go back and an interview seems edited in the clips, just go back and like the live version will be there.
Yeah.
What was your highlight of the trip so far?
Overall, I'd have to say. Well, it's funny because it's just been like venue to hotel for me.
That's how it is for me in Melbourne.
Yeah, it's just like lock in.
Yeah.
But getting to meet new people and see that new kind of the new guys. We've talked about it kind of throughout both nights. But learning new characters is fun.
Yeah.
And being able to be like being able to meet Darcy Vendy and be like, I know of you.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I know a little bit of you. No, I don't know you. Like I wouldn't be like I know him. But I'm like, oh, I get you. Now I know how we interact on a human level.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Like half of these fighters, like a lot of that, like where you just see me like, I'm like, mate, let me get you 2 secs. Like just do the thing, then come over. I don't talk like that to like people I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you have to be a little bit more like, hey mate, if you don't mind. It's like when you start to get to know them, you're just like, wait.
Yeah, come on over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, you can talk a little bit. You can talk a little bit like more freely with people you know and about them more freely.
Yeah.
Like, because there's a little bit more forgiveness.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Depends how free you want to get with it.
Yeah. That's what I want to look at. I want to look at Eternal's post of Taniguchi and see. I can't believe he starched John Fraser. Thought Frank won every round. Cry. Thank God they didn't reward stalling against Cage. Yeah, like I see that, but also, Interesting. I wonder if Ben Vickers is going to pop by. Because he said he would come out, so who knows. Hey, jump on in, Benny.
Are we still on air?
Yeah.
I don't have much talking left in me.
Yes, you do.
But I don't want to kick Joel out.
No, you
Don't
do.
be ridiculous.
I want you to kick Joel out.
Oh, don't be like that. Joel's get winner's privileges.
The lead commentator, Ben Vickers, co-director of Eternal MMA. First off, Darcy Vendy, how good did it look?
Unbelievable. Like, I'm eating my words, if I'm honest.
Do you feel like he's finally like proved everyone wrong of like the ducking and all that sort of shit?
Absolutely.
Do you think
John's real, right?
Yeah,
John's a two-time middleweight champion. It wasn't like Darcy got in, took him down, submitted him, got out of there. He took an inordinate amount of punishment and then gave even more back. And how John ate the head kick, let alone that last shot, and stayed conscious, was like, Darcy's unbelievable, man. He's a problem.
I think he was gone at the head kick. Like, he's so tough that he kind of held on to the very end. What's that Darcy compared to the one that fought Jack Della? Like, what have you...
It's impossible to tell. Like, what Jack Della was it that fought Darcy?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. But just, I mean, more like you're from when you saw him back then to kind of where he is now.
I think Darcy's always been incredibly good. You know, I think the problems Darcy had was in his head.
Yeah.
And I think the support of the team he's got around him now, he's obviously found the right place for him, the right people for him. He mentioned he'd reconnected with his parents. You know, everything seems to be coming together for him. And I just had a little chat with him there, and he's looking forward to March and getting his hands on Matt Myers now.
Yeah, that's it's all lining up perfectly in a sense of, and there was stuff going around with Darcy that they were trying to time this, and I feel like they've done it, because how exciting does middleweight look now, where 6 months ago it wasn't as exciting?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Cam and Blair tonight, what a fight that was, and you know, we could go on and on and on. I mean, I'm fucking tired.
So that's 5.5 hours.
Yeah, well, I was talking for about the same amount of time as you, but I wasn't allowed to be silly. But I did be a little bit silly at some point.
I mean, is it a very similar thing to the Rowston thing as well? Because, you know, he was getting critiqued heavily for getting on Contender Series without kind of the same journey as some others, and then it didn't get to really show the sort of Rowston situation. He then goes and fights a guy that is nowhere near his level, then comes up against Blair Bretag, who very much could be very close to that next level. What's your thoughts on Rowston?
Yeah, I think Cam's great, and he's one of the most experienced combat sports fighters in the region, so I think he's slightly different to Darcy in that respect. I mean, maybe he hasn't been quite having the MMA fights, but he's fought, you know, King of the Cage and all that kind of stuff, so he's an extremely experienced combat sportsman, and his grappling is phenomenal. Like, the way he just sets traps, and he's always on to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. No matter how good you're defending, you're still in trouble, and yeah, everyone really impressed me tonight.
Was there a standout moment for you across both nights?
Darcy.
Yeah?
Yeah. Darcy. Darcy, big sexy, snatching victory for the jaws of defeat. And I love Odin, and Odin has a very bright future. He's very young in his sport. I hope he doesn't take this thing too hard. He looked amazing. But there was no... Big Joe wanted that, and Big Joe, big sexy, he wanted that, and he pushed hard, and you know, that was another big moment for me. But Darcy steals it, man.
Oh, well, mate, it's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. This was an absolute stellar weekend. It was good to be a part of, so thank you.
Well, at least we don't have to fly back to Perth at 8 o'clock in the morning.
No, I'm going to enjoy the Gold Coast, and you have enjoyed
Thanks, Mitch.
the rest.
It's been a great weekend. Thanks for being a part of it.
Anytime, brother. You're the man. Thank you, sir. Ben Vickers.
That's. I've done my fucking plan in reverse. It was supposed to be whoever the fuck Matt Myers and then John Fraser, but for whatever reason, that wasn't going to see everyone else.
Bring on March.
Yeah, no, exactly. Bring on March, and then Contender Series.
Thank you. Entirely selfish reason. You're doing this for me. You were just like smacking.
Like I said, that's fucking.
It's funny. That's good. Awesome. Thank you very much. On to the next. Podcast time.
I'll make it quick, mate, so you can go celebrate.
No, we don't have to be quick. We got all the time in the fucking world, honestly. Nice celebration. Yeah.
My
Nice
man,
celebrations.
Darcy Vendy. Now, geez, who's ducking people now?
Feels that way, yeah.
I mean, can you put into words, like, I mean, you've just done it multiple times, but can you put into words, like, this entire journey of not just the last couple of years, but, like, your entire career to kind of lead to this moment? How does it feel?
Very real. Everything in the lead up to this has been culminating exactly in the way it should. And I, like, throughout the whole lead up, was having a lot of internal monologues, really not feeling like... I was confronted by the fact that I felt like I didn't deserve any of this. Like, all of the good things that were coming to me, I was just... Because, bro, I've spent my whole fucking life with a bit of a victim mentality, if you couldn't tell. And, yeah, then a lot of people were getting behind me and helping me out and believing in me before I thought I could. And
now, who was that? Who got behind you?
Fucking every single one of those people over there. Benny, my fucking best mate and heterosexual life partner, Johnny Boy. Fucking man, like I said in the cage, my mum and my dad, as tapped as that sounds. My fucking brother, my sister, I didn't have relationships with any of them before this.
How come? Just
a lot of the bro is because of this.
But what turned you around?
Fucking me. Oh, nah, honestly, it was John. John is literally my rock. Without him, fucking no. There's so many parts to it, but none of this would have been possible without him. When I met that guy and he fucking believed in me and knew what I was capable of, we left the gym that we were at before together. They said they were okay for me to stay and for him to go. And I was like, nah, man, this cunt is good stuff. To think that you would fucking throw somebody out like that is the most like... Oh, I shouldn't be saying this kind of shit because it's obviously disparaging their name and that's just not how it should be. But we're here now.
It's important to the story though. Like it's your story and it's your moment. And if there's ever a time to sort of voice it, it is now.
Well, yeah. Moral of the story, anyways. Hey, John, come here, cunt. Get in the frame.
I'm sitting on Mitchie.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, no, yeah, go on. Yeah, you fucking get on Mitchie, mate. We're all half and half.
Come and take a seat. Take a seat. Now,
this guy.
We'll do this.
What are we talking about? I didn't catch that. It's me and you, brother.
Oh, is it?
We're always will be.
All right.
You know?
So, how far into the interview are we?
Nah, not too far. Now, why are you, in all seriousness, and I saw you get very emotional in that cage with Vendy, very emotional.
Me?
Yes, you.
Right.
Now, what is about this man and why does it get you so emotional?
Look at him. He's got the body of an Adonis.
Yeah, we were all talking about that backstage.
Mate. Not cool, eh? Not cool. This bloke has poured more time and effort into me than anyone ever has in my life. Second to maybe like my parents or my partner. But this man saw me have my first fight and like basically shit the bed and it looked like I wasn't going to be an MMA fighter. And he was like, you put in too much work, I'll look after you. And look at me now, 6-fight win streak. I might have been a different person right now. I might have been different somewhere else in my life. And that's just like, I owe everything to this bloke. And he's the man that he is and he's the man that he should be because he takes the steps and he acknowledges everything in himself that needs to be addressed. And that fight was like so symbolic of just like his entire career. Just like, he copped a little bit, but like, I don't know, you'll go back and you'll watch it. I remember seeing it and I was like, oh my God, I've heard this dude describe this before. When he gets like hit with something, he goes, nah, like I didn't, like that didn't hurt. And like, and then he just pumps him back. That's this guy with life.
And I mean, why does it make you so emotional though? Like why? Is there a moment, a thing, like what did it for you guys?
For me, just nobody's ever believed in me like you have, man.
Oh, man.
That's just it.
Hear that? And it's the same for me. It's the same back. Two blokes that believe in each other more than they believe in themselves.
You know what's funny? I have a man sitting in my lap and I feel like the least gayest one here. And I love it. I love this sport.
Go, mate, give me a kiss. I'm definitely the gay one. Well, can he come to the Christmas party as my partner? Yes! Oh, get the Port Royals, let's go. That's right. Siggy time.
Mate, final word I'll have, before I send you off, because I want one final word with Darcy, but one final word for here. No, I want you to sum it up first of, like you just said, to see him do all of this, and for you to be a part of it?
It's an incredible honour, and it's preparation meets opportunity. I want to be part of the media team here at Eternal, and I knew prior to this happening, this is probably where this guy was going to end up if he was going to be en route to the UFC. So I put myself in a position to be here before he got to that point, and it makes me so happy to be the first person to announce him as the Eternal Middleweight Champion, a belt that another man that we both look up to so much, Ben Johnston, formerly held. I don't know how to wrap that up. It's I can't compare it to anything else. I'm so honoured.
Hug each other.
Soup time. Love you, Darcy.
Right, I'll let you go to say. That's a final word.
I'm sorry,
mate. No, that was actually quite lovely, quite beautiful, and I mean we make jokes about it because that's what men do. You know, we get a little too emotional. We're like, okay, but it's special. It feels like one of the best character moments for you that you've come full circle with all of this. So just final moment, and then I'll let you get back to your friends and family. But I have been following you for a very long time, and I have critiqued you at times, and I've heard people critique you more than any fighter in Australian MMA about the fighting choices that you've taken. You just took the scariest man in recent Australian MMA times, and you put him to sleep. There's nothing else to say. There's no question. You are for real, Darcy Vendy, and you will make it wherever you want to go.
Feels that way.
Go enjoy it, mate.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
The best, ladies and gentlemen, Darcy Vendy, Eternal MMA middleweight champion. What's a usurper?
Somebody that wrongfully takes the throne.
Oh, you got to change that nickname.
King Vendy.
I love it. You want to have a seat?
One question.
One question. What is your official? This doesn't count as my question. What is what is your official job title at Eternal? Because you're not just the media guy. Let's be real.
Marketing manager.
Marketing? No, you're more than that, mate. You are basically second in charge. Let's be real.
No, marketing manager.
One question. I'll give you one question because I know that you're very busy. Favorite moment of the entire weekend?
Man,
it doesn't have to be fight related. It can be anything. It can be team related. Anything.
I think it was cool that the fact that we had, a lot of people coming through for the 2 days, and everyone was there to celebrate what we're doing. I think that's cool. That's it. It's an accumulation of what everyone has been doing, from our team to you guys, to the fighters, the gym, the fans, and the friends. People are talking about, and they come to celebrate what we do as a collective. And I think it's going to show that everyone's work who's done past, let's say 10 years or whatever, has come to this point, and is going to push the show to the next level, and the world's going to see that.
And what do you think what do you wish more people knew about Eternal?
I think I just want people to see the team. You know, it's like Cam, man, they do everything for it, and they put all us on there, and it's not like, it's like, I don't want to say everyone's recognized for it, but it's like we're all there for one reason.
Yeah.
You know, and we love this so much.
Well, mate, I honestly, literally could not do this without you. So thank you so much. I mean, the TV, all of it, the space. Even right now, I'm not getting kicked out like you would in other areas.
I would have done that like 3 years ago.
Just I can fuck out. But no, mate, I very much appreciate it, and I'll let you get back to work, and
thanks, mate.
We'll have another chat down the road.
Maybe.
I got 2 questions too. That was great. You're the best, man. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up. Eternal MMA 91 here at Southport Sharks in the Gold Coast. If you watched the live stream, if you checked out the event, whatever it is, thank you for taking the time and being a part of Australian MMA. I want to thank, of course, Vex and PRP Global just for helping me get here and helping me put this on, and of course Eternal MMA for being so hospitable. Other than that, subscribe, helps the page out a lot, or follow us Australian MMA _. And other than that, we'll see you next time.